Here we are once again on a Monday night. This is Kev and this is BMBBH. Thank you for joining me. If you are new here to the channel or you just happen to run across this broadcast, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. I go live 3 times a week, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And I also do pre-records. Check out my BMBBH news without the WS. Uh, and promise you guys won't be disappointed. I kind of changed my stick. I'm no longer on the road to 4,000 subs. I am on the road to 10,000 subs. I gotta think big for this channel because if I don't think big for this channel, then who's supposed to? So yeah. So anyway, as you go and come into this broadcast, please hit that like button. Likes are for free. It is for the algorithm. All right. And also, for anyone who wants to support the channel, there's my Cash App, $ BMBBH for life, and also the super chats are active as well. What that is going to do is going to help me increase the production value of this channel, so I can compete with some of the bigger, more stylistic, presentable channels as well. And also, let me say rest in peace to Kevin Samuels, very respected guy in this space. He had some haters as well. So always he'll be stuck in our memories. And sad thing. So yeah, there it is. So yeah, so the title for this broadcast, the topic is Simp Hard, Simp Harder. And let me share the screen and let y'all know what inspired this particular broadcast right here. Cause I don't know, messing with simps is kind of easy, and it was always like one of my intents for this channel. It's like cause simps to me they're very counterproductive. They are betrayers of the black man cause in many ways. But let me define simp. A simp is a guy that simply, makes excuses for the bad behaviors of a female just based on gender, based on the fact that she's a female. My personal belief is that pussies dry up really fast around simps. Like they love simps because it gives them like a lot of undue validation. uh, if I'm going to validate a woman, then she's going to deserve it, and I'm sure she feels the same way about someone such as myself. So this it's not just because of simps; it's just because of who I am. I have no problem whatsoever telling any of these females the truth. Any of them, any of you. I do not spare feelings, whether you are a male or a female. So let's look at this article right here. And, this kind of set the internet on fire just for a little moment. Now, the guy in the picture up here is Juicy J. Now, I don't have any real problems with Juicy J. Maybe I have a problem with what he said because, if you don't specify who you're talking about, like as far as there's nothing wrong with paying a woman's bills, I can understand if if you've been dating her for a long time, and even then that's kind of iffy. Or like if it's your wife, because if you have a wife, especially if she is the caretaker of your child or children, you want to make sure that uh, she's fully supported. But some random ass chick, no, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. And it's like this. I guess Juicy J can be considered somewhat of a pookie. And let me tell y'all something. I am happy about not growing up or having the mentality of a pookie. For real, for real. So the headline says Juicy J says there's nothing wrong with paying a woman's bills. Now, I gotta say, a name like Juicy J, that's it might have been okay back in the day, but it's in 2022. Imagine that rapper named Juicy J coming out today with that name. That it appeared to be kind of sus, but that's neither here nor there. Um, let me read this. Let me read this article here. It said Juicy J is a respected legend in the hip hop game. So when he shares his thoughts on something, people will listen. Early Sunday morning, May the 8th, which was yeah, that was last week. Well, the Sunday before this past Sunday. The 3-6, damn, that was Mother's Day, actually. The 3-6 Mafia co founder jumped on Twitter to weigh in on men who refuse to pay a woman's bills. Then he would say this, they got it in quotes, but I'm gonna go to the tweets. He said, "There is nothing wrong with paying a woman's bills. We got to stop this bullshit." And then he goes on to say, "Man, y'all tripping. You motherfuckers go to the strip club, throw your weekly check, and be talking about, I'm not paying, no B. Man, stop." I don't know, man. Speak for yourself, because not everybody goes and just throws away their money at the strip club. That's kind of doing like a massive generalization, but I mean, it depends on the crowd you run with. Now, what are y'all thinking in the chat? I'm about to shout y'all out in just a minute. And I've already pretty much stated, it wouldn't be anything wrong if it was like your wife, especially when the ones you got your children by. But random ass bitches, nah. Get your hair done on your own. See, the prices of haircuts are soaring up. If y'all hadn't noticed, man, like last haircut I got was like $35. It's like I ain't never paid $35 for no haircut until that haircut right there. So I mean, but I know that's a little off subject. I'm just saying that we got some of our own problems now. I mean, but uh, the Pookie mentality for some reason, that has you do a lot of quote unquote tricking, so to speak. And it's like he might have a point in that little second tweet. Man, y'all tripping. You must and throw your weekly paycheck and then be talking about I'm not paying no B. I mean, shit. Let me tell y'all something. Dudes pay for dates. Dudes might let her get a little $40 here and there for a little, some strange for some change or whatever. But like whole bills, I mean, shit. If I'm like this, if a woman, if anybody can't pay their own bills, that's not a responsibility you should have undertaken in the beginning. It's like, what if there's no person around to pay those bills? But anyway, he goes on to say, I'm not telling you to do anything. That's your money. You hand it off, not mine. Trick on my nigga. She's worth it. I was like, damn, who is he talking about? Who is this guy talking about? Now I'm about to read y'all comments in a second. Just what do y'all think of this kind of thing? Is and here's an important question: is tricking off money simping? So but the article does clarify this. Let me highlight it, that y'all know what I'm reading. Oh man, you can barely see that. Said Juicy J knows a thing or two about taking care of his woman. The Memphis native married his longtime girlfriend, Regina Pereira, in 2016, and the couple welcomed a daughter in 2018, followed by a son in 2020. Okay, okay. So even with that, why is he telling everybody this? Why would he tell everybody this? Did he want to raise some eyebrows? Did he want to raise some eyebrows? Like what is that? What is like in theory, there's nothing wrong with doing what you want to do with your money. If you want to go pay those bills, you go right ahead and do it. But shoot, not me. I mean, I'm out of that game anyway. But when I was in that game, I wasn't paying bills like that, and I was still getting mine. Shoot, I mean, some situations lasted longer than others, but hey, to each his own, right? So yeah, hopefully y'all press that like. All right, let me give some shout outs in this chat, because you guys are the GOAT for showing up here. I said, I think I already, Phil Brad, what is up? Toya saying I'm gonna recreate this intro. Yeah, go right ahead, knock yourself out. It's it's a guy that's name he makes lo-fi music named Lakey Inspired. And I've said this before. I do use non-copyrighted music. The title of the track is called Blue Boy. There's a regular speed version. The version I'm playing is slowed and reverb. I used to use the regular version in my earlier broadcast, but if you look it up, Blakey Inspired, you'll find it. Raven Knight, what's going on? Uh, KP from KC5 said, "Damn catchy title, Simptastic Voyage was taken," and then the nigga reneged LMAO and Jamal Bryant. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Jamal Bryant took that shot at Kevin Samuels, but that was real simpy what he said. Oh yeah, he also goes on to say, "I can't take these rappers seriously when they keep the gynocracy in power." Toya said, "Can Juicy J even read?" What's going on, RPM? Good to see you. Said that was a subtle shot at the manosphere by the gynocracy servant. Yeah. What you're probably gonna see, um, what you're probably gonna see is a lot of shots. I mean, because this space is starting to get. I mean, well, it's been had the attention of the mainstream, and once like I said, this stuff is starting to take root and it's taking attention away from the narratives that are being pushed. And huge evidence of that is, KS. RPM said, yes, it's simping. Tricking is simping. He said, I don't care if you got it, it's still simping. Distinguished View says, I gave a chick $100 and she hasn't hit me back yet. So how does that make you feel? So how does that make you feel? Does it make you feel foolish? Does it make you feel like you did the right thing? What's the deal? Toya says a man who once proclaimed, "You say no to ratchet pussy." Juicy J can't cannot give me advice on anything. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, these dudes talk a lot of shit in these songs. Like they talk a lot of shit in these songs and then they just do like the opposite. Like let me tell y'all of a big simp. Future. I mean, even though he has like 8 kids by 8 different girls or whatever, and Future is really often praised by some of the brothers on social media for doing such. Yeah, when he had that last interview where he tried to disavow Kevin Samuels, yeah, he came off real simpish, came real simpish, like like he was like, if I had known that Kevin Samuels was like that, I would never work with him, and blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, seriously? But hey, uh, but hey, that's kind of a water under the bridge. Mr. Z, what's going on? Black in Effect. Yeah, simp hard. Simp hard. Said Future is a bomb. Oh, what up, Greg? Shout out to Greg for the Cash App. I saw that after I went off the air last night. So I appreciate your support once again. Um, yeah. So yeah. So like I said, I hope y'all smashing that like. So I mean, what do y'all think of Simps? Let me tell you something I saw recently on Steve Harvey. I was, let me pull that video up. Hopefully, they was doing BET Man Cave a couple years ago, and BET Man Cave was really, I believe they were really trying to take the spot of the upcoming Manosphere, so to speak. But let me find that video real quick and let me see if I can fair use it. See if I can fair use it. Hopefully, I won't get hit for that. BT Man K C Harvey. I'll just put up, I'll just fair use the audio. There it is. There it is. So, yeah, I want y'all to listen to this. As soon as I pull it up, make a real quick. Let's see. And by the way, to everyone that has supported this channel and tunes in every week, thank you guys for your support. It really means a lot to me. Just 1 minute, just one moment. Hold on, just a second. And I hope for people watching, they are pressing that like button. Just one moment while I get everything set up. All right. Let's see. All right, I got it set up, y'all. So just a second. Thanks for all of you guys patient with me. Stick this graphic up. Like I said, fair use on the audio itself. Take this down. I'm about to share the screen. Yeah, if I don't have it exactly, it does sound pinpointed. Just like bear with me for a minute. You guys are the greatest. Let's see, share the screen, share the audio. And this is like, to me, this is like one of the reasons why dudes these days are saying that this whole thing, this marriage thing, is a bad idea.
A woman makes 10 times the bacon you make.
I'd be the happiest man in the world.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah, because
you know
she got 10 times more than me.
Come on now.
Yeah, just listen to some of this.
Cook that thing out.
I'm gonna wear something nice for you.
I'm gonna wear something nice.
Fair use. Fair use.
My knees gonna be out.
You gonna have your little nigga like Z on. Based on that, I can see myself with
right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be good with a Miss Parker from across the street. I ain't tripping.
You be good with a Monique.
Oh, where is it?
Y'all wrong for that.
I would. Come on, Coach. What about your tradition, Coach? I know
wife still expects me to show up
Oh, there it
with
is.
certain things intact.
But see, here's what's happening. Women today have lesser choices. And it's really not the women's fault. They're just dealing with the residue that's left for so many fatherless homes. And so now you got young cats on the tape like up here. Yeah, I ain't got no problem staying home. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, a woman got to pay for my food. Oh, man, it's 50-50. It ain't 50-50. Partner, a relationship with a woman, with a wife, is not 50-50. If you're married, it's 85-15. The woman get 85, you get 15.
What's he talking about?
That's really the way it works. They do more. They're responsible.
I didn't
for
know
more.
this.
Yeah, man.
Wait,
This is
hold
new.
on.
I've got to bring you in.
Wait.
Come on,
You,
boy.
you just a baby.
No.
Yes.
I mean,
just
when
a
you
baby.
said it wasn't
Yeah.
50-50, I
No,
said,
it's not
okay,
50
60,
50.
40, 70,
No, it's
30.
not. This is how it works. It requires a woman more money to dress, to take care of herself, to run the household. You're not really good at running the household. You don't know where the kids. You don't know when soccer practice is.
Where the
You
kids
don't,
at?
you ain't been to NAM PTA meeting. You don't know nothing. You just ignorant.
So who's the teacher again?
That's right. You don't know nothing. A woman knows virtually everything to really run that empire. I'm doing what I do. I protect, provide, and profess.
That's how
The three
it's supposed-
P's
absolutely.
that a man show love. So if you're not providing for your woman, you're not protecting her, and you're not professing your love for her, what you doing? And until we start teaching this to the younger generation, they actually think that a girl supposed to pay for something.
Right.
But Slink, what do you think about one, the marriage proposal piece? Would you take a marriage proposal from a woman?
Okay. All right, that's enough. So, what do y'all think of that? What do y'all think of what he said? He said, really, it's not 50-50, it's 85-15, and the woman has to do all of this. Oh, you okay? Oh, you're telling me to turn up the volume. Uh, oh God, yeah, I wish I could. I had it turned all the way up, but I see y'all could not hear. Oh, okay. Hold on one second. See if I can play that again. Let's see. All right, let's see if we can do that now. Hold on. Share screen, share audio. I'm gonna play it again. See if y'all can hear this time. If not, hey, you're gonna have to do something about the audio. But here it is again.
Have lesser choices. And it's really not the women's fault. They just dealing with the residue that's left for so many fatherless homes. And so now you got young cats on the tape like up here. Yeah, I ain't got no problem staying home. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, a woman got to pay for my food. Oh man, it's 50-50. It ain't 50-50. Partner, a relationship with a woman, with a wife, is not 50-50. If you're married, it's 85-15. The woman get 85, you get 15. That's really the way it works. They do more. They're responsible.
I didn't
for
know
more.
this.
Yeah, man.
Wait,
This is
hold
new.
on.
I've got to bring you in.
Wait.
Come on, boy.
You're just a baby.
No.
Yes.
I mean, when you said it wasn't
Yeah.
50-50, I
No,
said,
it's not
okay,
50
60,
50.
40, 70,
No, it's
30.
not. This is how it works. It requires a woman more money to dress, to take care of herself, to run the household. You're not really good at running the household. You don't know where the kids. You don't know when soccer practice is.
Where the
You
kids
don't,
at?
you ain't been to NAM PTA meeting. You
All right, that's enough. All right, guys. Said Dutch. Greg said Steve Harvey's full of shit. Dutch said women nowadays don't cook, clean, teach kids. None of that old stuff he dreaming about. Yeah, this is a new generation of women, man. It is. It's like I said, it's not like my wife don't do that because she does cook, she does clean, she does take care of the kid, and I do mine. I mean, but I contribute to that stuff as well. I cook, I clean, I take care of the kid. His RPM says he must have bumped on his head falling out of the time capsule. Yeah, and look, Steve Harvey, and I hate to use these two words together. Old ninjas, old niggas. They're the reason why guys are starting to say that marriage is a bad idea, and there's a reason why I myself am married I don't encourage marriage. I don't because man, these some new bras these days, man. And from what y'all seen on display these past couple of weeks, and I mean, I know people are like, look, man, y'all make it too like a lot of people like y'all make it too much of a big deal out of this whole Kevin Samuels death thing. I'm like, yeah, we should make a big deal out of it. Like the fuck? I mean, these guys are gonna even further think that marriage is a bad idea. And I'm not saying don't do it. What I'm saying is you're gonna have to nowadays throw some caution. Yeah, you gotta throw some caution because we really like what I will say is this: there's a vetting process. You have to vet a whole lot more thorough, and even when you do vet, you might stumble along then. Shoot. Say Greg said I'm married and it ain't no picnic. Yeah, man. I mean, shit, difficult, man. But I mean, you just got to get through it. What up, hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd power? He said, "One love to my people, simp no more." Yeah, it's difficult, man. It's difficult. Yeah, especially for guys like this, old Derrick Jackson. Like this man, let me tell you the difference, like between Derrick Jackson and guys like Kevin Samuels. Derrick Jackson spent a lot of time simping and breaking up relationships and marriages, and then ended up not being good at the whole relationship thing himself. I mean, who am I to say it? He probably is very good because his wife stayed with him. But like this man was like one of the most infamous simps ever. I mean, seriously, man, telling women what they wanted to hear and then turning around and cheating on his woman and got exposed. Let me tell y'all something. I don't care how much simping you do. If look, if woman gonna do you in anyway, they're not gonna be sitting up here thinking, "Oh my God, oh he sent for us and he really told us what he wanted us to hear and everything." No, they gonna do you dirty anyway. Man said Derrick Jackson had so many women fooled. Exactly, exactly, exactly. That's why, like I said, if like, granted, my daughter, like when my daughter gets old enough and she brings a simp home, I might have to exit that dude. Like, man, you gotta go, cause I mean, like, I don't trust simps. I don't trust simps for the simple reason is that I feel like that there's an end game to that shit. It really is. And simps to me are so fucking fake. They is like this telling telling them broads anything that they want to hear just to get to an end goal, like some form of validation. And what I've been saying lately, twerking for simp biscuits. Uh, it's like if my daughter brought home a simp, not a gentleman, a simp, and she and he was like, yeah, yeah, I believe that the black woman should be treated, very well. I should do this and I should do that and all this other crap. And and he's not being true to it. I might have to dismiss him. I might have to tell my daughter, look, look. You have to watch out for fakeness. Then it'll probably be a little better than bringing a Pookie home, but simps to me ain't no different than Pookies. I mean, as Art New Style said, all you need is some baby face records in the background. And when he talks, they align so much. Yeah, RPM said, B Dubs will listen to anything as long as you blow Skittles up there. Ooh, wow, that's a little intense. Yeah, but my biggest problem with simps is the way they carry on social media, co-opting with misandrist, co-opting with hateful feminists. Let me show you this little image here. you know, that kind of thing. Like, man, I better not ever catch y'all wearing any t-shirt that even reflects that kind of viewpoint. Because, I'm a little old for roasting and I'm not very good at it. Not especially not now. But yeah, I will kind of mess with you a little bit if you share that certain view right there. This is what a feminist looks like. Man, let me tell y'all something about feminists in the black community. I have a very harsh view toward feminism. I feel like that in this present day, it centers around anti-male misandry, and especially anti-black male misandry. And guys who call themselves feminists, they are the biggest simps. Tell me if I'm lying in that chat. If y'all don't believe it, tell me I'm lying. Let's say if you call a B dub a hoe, she'll be angry. But if you call her a hoe while a good beat is on, she will tweak. Well, I'm sure you meant twerk. But yeah, you corrected yourself. Yeah, but I mean, what is up with this? What is up with this? I mean, I look. Let me tell y'all something. This is a bit authentic. I do believe that women should have rights. Is women, but for me, women's rights and feminism are two totally different things. And there's this thing that keeps me balanced on something such as that kind of thought process is called accountability. That if you are an adult, you should be more than willing to be accountable for any of your actions. You can't be accountable for someone else's actions. Just be accountable for your own. And a lot of these, and a lot of these females, they just lack accountability. And there's a lot of guys like the guy in the picture who protects them from that accountability. Trying to police guys, telling them what they should say, what they shouldn't say. That man said, dude in the pic can't be serious. Those dudes are desperate for female validation. Yeah. It's like it's like for those guys, it's like being in high school again. If girls wasn't paying attention to them in high school, typing some cheesy shit online makes up for that. Shoot. Art New Style says, Simp's favorite line is he may do that to you, but I wouldn't. Sound like some Drake shit. Said women are inherently attracted to men that stand on their square 10 tones down and doesn't simp. These male feminists repel women sexually. They get a good boy. Yeah, told you, pussies dry out really fast around them. Because, I mean, one thing that I can tell you about what I've observed about female intuition is these females aren't stupid. They're not. Some of them may appear to be stupid. Some of them do stupid shit that they don't want to be accountable for. But see, that's why we say the word accountability, because we know they're not stupid. They can pick up on shit like this. They can pick up. They know exactly what these guys are doing. And let me tell you something. A lot of the women that I got in the past, I was brutally honest with. I wasn't lying. I wasn't trying to play a role. I wasn't. I wasn't doing. I wasn't doing anything except telling them the truth. It was like, I mean, it made a lot of them mad, but at the end of the day, shit, there was, I mean, if I had picked up on a lot of the things that I was doing, I mean, I would have probably gotten a lot more trim before I got married because it would come back to me like, yeah, man, Kel, she really feeling you, dog. I was like, oh, shit, I didn't know. But I was like, I thought she hated me because I was like, man, fuck all that. I'm not finna pander. Shoot. Let me see. Yeah. Let's see. Hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd Power says 21 Savage went to Amber Rose slut walking carried a sign that said, "I'm a slut," in support of her movement. A few weeks later, she dumped him. Yeah, well, that's what he get. That's what he get, man. I mean, I, I'm under the belief that eventually simping does repel a female. It's like one thing that I do try to get these dudes to realize is that, dude, you do not count. You don't count. They're still gonna hate men at the end of the day if that's what they do. It, they you don't count because when they spew their anti-black male misandry, they never bring you up. They never say, hey, well, this guy over here, he was saying, excuse me, he was saying all kinds of good things about us. No, they don't do it. They're gonna go on with their anti-black male misandry. They only bring you up when you come around or you start simping. Well, I'm not talking about this guy. I'm not talking about all black men. I'm just talking about black men in general. Black men as a collective. But of course, these guys, only if you're around. I don't see how these guys do it. I don't. Here's another thing y'all got to stop doing. Yeah. These comments are probably too small for you guys to see. But this woman posted up, I guess, a body positivity pic. And I mean, you could probably see the emojis. Like the guy that said, "Wow, wow," that's a guy. Another guy said, "Super pretty, super cute," knowing goddamn well he was lying. Another dude was like, "So adorable." And another guy, well, that's a girl, said, "Damn girl, look at," yeah, females will lie for each other. And then here come this dude right here saying, "Oh, absolutely gorgeous." See, that's something we got to stop doing. I mean, it happens on Facebook a lot too. I think this was on Facebook. Man, girl be posting a selfie with her hairline back, her hairline start where her dreams end. And if she posts a selfie, she'll still get those reacts. She'll still get those likes. They'll still tell her, "Oh my God, you're so beautiful. God damn. Girl, you doing it, girl." Like, and then a lot of it be guys. Tell these girls the truth. I mean, as a KP from KPC5 said, Al Bundy was hella red pill. He had started that club called No Ma'am. Man, y'all get a little wild down there. He said Sim's got to roll her a flower to find the wet spot. Man, that joke is like 30 years old, man. RPM, I know you seen it with some of your Facebook friends, man. Like, damn, girl will post a selfie and like this girl be looking like two stages from shit, and she'll still get that reaction. And then a lot of those girls be the biggest misanders. I mean, if you are a feel good person and like you spread nothing but positivity and good feelings to everyone that's around you, I get it. But like a lot of them girls don't even deserve that shit. Shoot, let me drop the link. See if anyone wants to come up. You know, see what's come up. Man, you know what? And I'm just gonna put it as truthful to y'all as possible. Man, I don't like simps. I don't. I mean, there's a few simps on YouTube. It's like that are always, and I mean, like, I get that some guys, they have their problems, they have their issues with the space, and it's just like you're not going to win everyone. But at the same time, it's always this one narrative that all we do all day every day is complain about women. It said Jesse Webb said, "I love BBWs. They're great for building endurance." Cortez Smith said, "I see what you did with the title, Kev. I actually commented that great minds think alike. All right. That man said, RPM said, I got a couple fat ones posting pics in other countries right now. I know they got charged for taking up extra seats. This is dangerous. Encouraging body positivity is dangerous. Overweight women have more issues during pregnancy. Yeah, I mean, now let's keep it real. Now we don't really talk about chubby chicks like that because we want them to carry a healthier lifestyle. We do that to make them consciously aware of how they look, like a Lizzo. Now I will tell you this: Lizzo has missed a few tour dates, and this has been reported because of her health. Because of her health. And look, a lot of these fat rappers, like if a lot of these fat male rappers, they have paid the price for their for their unhealthy weight. Like I would say Big Pun. I don't really like Big Pun too much. That's for a different reason. As Hybrid says, when you try suggesting they work out, they say you fat shaming. Shit, well, I'm sorry about that. I mean, facts are facts, though. Yeah, and I do agree with you saying that encouraging body positivity is dangerous because these women don't care about hurting themselves. But oh, what's going on, Mr. Z? Yeah, Mr. Z is up. I guess he'll be ready to talk when.
My bad. I thought I was on unmute. Oh, my bad. What's going on, Kev?
Yeah, what's up, man? So,
Nothing much, man. I'm following the subject. Man, look. People have heard me in this space use this quote before. The general is always fighting the last war.
hmm,
And a lot of black men, a lot of brothers, they're still using 1980s, 1990s, early aughts language when it comes to black men, black women relations. I don't know if well, let's say this. They're purposely ignoring the effery of their daughters. They're purposely ignoring or pretending like they don't see what their ex-wife did to them or their ex-girlfriend did to them when they become wealthy. Not to mention, a lot of rich men have somewhat of a different type of dynamic with their female counterparts. So when you interview these men, when you put a camera in their face, when you put a microphone in their face, they go to simping. And I get it, right? Simping gets you a lot of money, right? Just regurgitating what black women in particularly want to hear. You get a lot of money from doing that. I mean, look at Derrick Jackson, right? And
hmm
God forbid you're a good looking brother and you simping. Oh man, right? So I get it. Is it healthy? No, but I mean, we know corporations that sell poison know they're selling poison and selling it anyway because it's profitable. So it's unfortunate, but this society will continue to placate and ego stroke women in general. And then these women will continue to eat that up, and their egos will get bigger and bigger and bigger, and they'll die alone, unfortunately. It's sad I said it that way, but it is what it is. I mean, the heavyset sister that you showed here, or woman that you showed here, I didn't even get to pay attention to see if she was a sister. I mean, think about it. We have this whole body positivity campaign going on, but like, how many CEOs of these like beauty care products that are also doing the like big and beautiful thing? How many of those CEOs' wives and girlfriends and mistresses look like this, right? So they're selling you a product and they're pushing a narrative that they don't actually believe in.
hmm,
So they go simping for you. Some people simp because they really mean it. Some people simp just for the profit.
hmm. So, do you think it's smart as long as they're making some money, or or
I,
is it ultimately fucked up because it's misleading people?
we have Art New Style here, and Art New Style has watched me get on my little my little crate preaching all the time. I do believe in in social and societal responsibility. I'm not saying I'm the best at it, but I am saying that sometimes you have to bite the bullet and go through the fire to preach something real and to say something real. And you have to know that you're going to be on the receiving end of a lot of negativity and vitriol and anger and rage because you're actually saying something out of the norm.
Mm,
But it is not conducive or beneficial for society to continue to placate fully half of the female of the world's population, right? Like continuing to do that is how you get spoiled brat ass daughters who
mm,
are unmarriageable, right? They're 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 so insufferable that nobody wants to marry them, right? I'll remind y'all of what Shaq said, right? Like if you continue to placate your daughters and do for your daughters and kind of throw your sons out there, then what ends up happening is fast forward when your daughter becomes an adult, she's not marriageable. She's not because you created a spoiled brat.
mm,
And so when you the question you asked me with the money thing, I get it. I know we live in a capitalist society and people are just getting in where they could fit in, right? But with that said, in the long run, it's not I mean, the long run is here. What am I saying? The long run is here. We see it now, college educated, not college educated women who are so insufferable, right? Nobody wants to be, no man wants to do anything with them except have some bedroom fun. And I don't exclusively blame that on the mothers. There are a lot of fathers out here placating and ego stroking their daughters and turning their daughters into brats. And then you forget your daughter, if she's heterosexual, is going to attempt to be married to a man one day. And you turned her into a brat.
mm.
What man is going to marry her? So that's my long-winded way of answering your question and saying, in the long run, this is not beneficial even to those girls who become women and to the women in general, and I'll pause right there. What's going on, Art?
Yeah, what up, Art? But
What's
you,
going on, you guys?
yeah, what's up? Yeah.
Yeah, I talk about this a lot with my students. Yeah, so you got quite a bit of girls all the way from 14 to 19 in high school that's wearing their stomach out, but their stomachs are big,
Mm,
and they got the piercing in it. So I had to do a little, a little verbal survey, and I was telling them before the pandemic. You had a lot of these people, a lot of these ladies doing the whole Instagram model shots with the flat stomachs and wearing the stomach out before the pandemic. It was quite a bit. Now after the pandemic, it seemed like they only take these pictures when after a meal. So I was asking the girls like, you know, it looked like it was after the pandemic or whatever, but what do you guys think? And they went on and on about, well, times have changed and, you know, there's no need for body shaming. They're using those terms. There's no need for body shaming. And, right now everything is about being body positive. And so I asked a question. I said, if that's the case, after time goes by, where do you think it's going to be then? Do you think that it's going to be the same, like years later? Or you think that we're going to go back to, the whole Weight Watchers and Slim Fast, campaigns again?
mm.
and and they were like, they were like this. I mean, most of them, as far as they know, they just happy the way they are. They're not looking at the future. I said, good luck, because I think it's overall, it's not just a beauty standard, but it's a health statement, you know. But we
Yeah,
got did I see the lion sister here?
yeah,
Hi.
yeah.
Oh,
We
there
got
she go. Okay.
yeah, we got Toya. And before you get started, Toya, D Scott, thank you for the super chat. He said, Art, Mr. Z, Tax, and Art, my condolences to seeing all those maturing fupas. But go ahead, Toy.
Good evening, Kev. Thanks for having me up.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
This topic is near and dear to my heart, having been a heavy set woman before. Um, but I have to say, having had that experience and coming on the other side of it, um, enough is enough. I I I don't know what the answer is for every particular person that finds themselves afflicted with being overweight, but I do know that the answer is going to look like making a decision to change. Um, there is not it's a double-edged sword for me because, as I said, living in a body where I was 300 pounds at one point, of course it made sense for me to try to cling to any sort of body positivity that was around back then because that really wasn't a thing. But um I was guilty of being one of those big girls who would be like, "Oh, you need to eat a sandwich." You need, saying things like that, only to now be on this side of it and say, "Actually, you might need to not eat a sandwich. You might need to pull away from the bread." And I'm saying all of this to say, I know I'm rambling, so sorry, forgive me.
No,
Um,
no, no. No,
but
go ahead.
I'm saying all of this to say that there's got to be a point where you say the buck stops here, and we're not going to make any more excuses, and we're not going to glaze over this with a movement and a hashtag, and put it under the umbrella of Black Girl Magic, which isn't even a thing.
Damn.
So
I heard you say before that you had a weight issue, but I didn't know it was like that.
Oh yeah, I was 300 pounds.
Wow.
good.
I was
God
a size 24. I was to the point where I was like wearing muumuus in the summer because I couldn't stand to have anything cling to me.
Mm.
wow.
Yeah.
Now these days, I'm quite sure every generation is different. But looking at today, what would be the biggest motivation for someone to at least get their body in a better shape?
Unfortunately, it's attention.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You mean like negative attention? You mean
Like
Uh,
Instagram, going back
Yeah.
to the Instagram. Okay.
Yeah, it's attention by any means, really, positive or negative, because
uh,
that's why all these girls are running out to look like each other because they're seeing the attention that somebody is getting and they want it for themselves. So let me go down to the Dominican Republic and get a BBL. Let me go get a lace front weave with baby hairs that are competing against my eyebrows. Let me go get some fake lashes that every time I blink, I'm changing the temperature in the room. Like that's what is getting attention in their eyes. Okay, that's what's getting attention, and so the attention becomes the motivation for any sort of change, not just weight loss.
Jeez.
wow. Yeah. So, that question: did you ever receive any ridicule because of your weight problem?
Of course, but I was a happy fat. So when
Uh,
you're a happy fat, you tend not to get as much ridicule.
Can you
Everybody
give? Can you
kind of
break down the difference? Can you break down the difference, please?
Yeah, I think there's a big difference between being self-deprecating fat or fat and nasty because there are those too. Those fat people who are just nasty, have nasty attitudes and use that as a defense mechanism to deflect from the real issue.
Lizzo.
Um, yeah, or or
Okay.
or not just no, I wouldn't say she fits that bill because she doesn't seem like a nasty person. She just is trying to make us believe in something that she doesn't really believe in.
Okay.
But there are some fat people who, are will roast you before you can roast them because that's a defense mechanism. I know I'm fat, that's the elephant in the room, but I'm going to be mean to you first before you can even try to insult me.
The
But
DMV worker.
yeah, right, something like that. But I was the exact opposite. I was always, like I said, a happy fat. I was always the person that people, I mean, the same way I am, the way you know me now, right? I was this person as a fat girl. And I think that inherently having a positive and upbeat attitude is why I was able to have the friendships that I had. But um,
Just a personality thing, right?
yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Because you will find that people who have been fat and are not anymore tend to have really nice personalities because we had to work on them since we didn't have the physical thing going.
Yeah, and if you were like mean and had a nasty attitude with it, you probably were setting yourself up for a lot of ridicule anyway. So
Right.
yeah, I do get that,
Right.
but just did you the whole losing weight thing for you, because you don't look like you're nearly any of that. I would have never guessed it. Uh,
Yeah, most people say that.
yeah. So
Yeah, I couldn't
what?
see 300.
Okay, but you said it was attention that motivated you, or what did finally motivated you to lose weight? Was it the health concerns?
It was health concerns primarily, but it was also the fact that I was no longer happy in my body. I had
Mm,
gotten to a place that was very uncomfortable, and I've always been active despite my size. I've always been active, so it was getting to the point where my ankles were swollen all the time, and just again, I just was very uncomfortable. So it was like, all right, I have to make some changes. I have to do something different. But also just coming to the realization that no, I'm not living my best life in this body. This is not the best iteration of Toya, and anybody who comes in contact with me is not getting the best me.
mm,
And that I think we do a really bad job of trying to tell people that they're good enough as they are and they don't have to work for it. And all the truth is all of us have to work for it, whatever the it is.
yeah. Sometimes I wish we still had the savagery that we had in the '80s,
Hmm.
where we had these constant campaigns of, lose some weight, don't look like this. I
Right.
mean, we did things pretty unfiltered back then, and I have to be thankful that I was able to experience such savagery, because whenever my weight would even get up a little bit, I got very self conscious, and it made me take a second look at my health.
Mhm.
So I would say that the criticism in itself is a good thing, and the saying that the whole body positivity movement, that is very bad, because although you have people like Lizzo heading that body positivity thing, it's like she's crying on the web every month about something else.
Yeah, it's like the cry face up under this fake smile. Like you're holding up a placard with you smiling, but really behind it you're crying.
Now, Sister Toya, did you go to a nutritionist?
I did. I did go to a nutritionist. I went to meetings. Um
Were you
I
able to
tried
find? Go
I,
ahead. I'm sorry.
I tried dieting, but ultimately what ended up really being the catalyst was turning away from fast food completely. And then also, like I said, I had some health concerns, and I had to have a surgery that dealt with my GI tract.
Mm.
So
Yeah. So your
go
trigger
ahead.
foods was fast food, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean, I was also, it was the only thing in my life that I could control.
Okay.
And so that became also a part of it. Like, well, I can do this because no one can tell me I can't. So I'm
Uh-huh.
going to eat it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that make okay. So when you got rid of the fast food and put some alternatives in there, how fast did it make the change?
I would say, okay, so this started in 2008. I would say by 2010, uh, I had lost a pretty significant amount of weight. And I,
Two
I think
years.
Yeah, for about yeah,
Okay.
I would say I lost the most amount in that 2 year time span because I didn't want to do it too fast, and I wanted it to be long lasting, which I'm proud to say that it has been. So,
Wow, that's a heck of a story though. You went from 300, and I'm quite sure you about what 120,
oh
115.
no, no, I'm about 155, 160,
That's
but
still
I am
small.
5'8", so
Tall too. Oh yeah, so you pretty thin there.
yeah, I'm about a size 6.
I mean, black woman thin.
Right, right,
Because
because there is nothing slight about this body frame.
these
Okay.
other women, these other type, other nationalities, if
Yeah,
they're above 50, it's a whole different story.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
So yeah, that's inspiring though. I think
Thank you
shoot,
for
I mean,
saying
have you
that.
have you did a video on that or something or
You know what? I will do one again because I did on my previous channel, but that was taken down. And I've talked about this on Mace's channel on Saturdays, but I will do another one.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
kind of huge. No pun intended.
No pun
But
intended, right?
yeah, yeah. But my advice to you about protecting channels is just go ahead and see what option StreamYard has, like
Yeah.
the overlay thing. Like if there's somebody you don't know, just put up a picture and try to confirm it because that has saved me quite a few times.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Let me shout out to D Scott. Thank you for the super chat. He said shout out to the lioness.
Oh, thanks.
All
Leo's in the house.
Yep,
right, yeah,
that's
and
right.
just Jesse Webb said, "Was I blocked in the comments, fam?" I'm not sure. Like, sometimes if you say something a little extreme, YouTube won't, let it go up. But as far as timing out, I don't think any of the mods here have done that. Yeah, RPM just confirmed no because once you're a mod here, they can see if anybody's been blocked or not. But if somebody is blocking, make sure that y'all temper that shit. If somebody if people aren't talking too extreme, don't do the timeout thing here. Trying to build up this, trying to build up this channel. But Toya,
Yes,
uh,
sir.
since you're a woman, obviously, what
A
Toya's one
natural
on
born
TV.
one at that.
a natural born one. What do you believe about guys who simp? I mean, is I mean,
Let me get
we
my popcorn on this one. She gonna go in.
yeah, but it's like it's like I have a perspective on it, for the guys and as a man and such. But I would like to hear ladies' perspective on this.
Well, I think we share a sentiment about it. It's um it's sad. It's sad behavior because I was just talking about this earlier. Um as a for me personally, I can't speak for every woman. If there's nothing more attractive than a man who has a standard and that sticks to it. And a simp is the complete opposite of that. A simp is someone who will bend at your will and do whatever it takes to keep you around, regardless of if that's even what he wants. And so my take on simps is grow some balls, get some audacity, get some standards, and stick to them because you don't really there's not really a payoff in you being a simp to a woman who never had any business with you in the first place. You're just going to end up getting used and be sad and lonely.
Mm,
What's the point, you know?
Well, I'm gonna ask this question before Kev does, because I know he's gonna ask this question too.
Yeah.
Why did it work so well for Derrick Jackson?
mm,
But did it though? Did it work for him?
Well, before he got caught,
I would
before he
argue.
got caught, it was, he was doing, he made millions of dollars, didn't he?
Well, okay. To that point, I will concede because I will say we live in a society right now that fleeting wins are garnered as real wins. And those of us who've been here a little bit longer, I guess, and experienced a few more things, know that that's not those wins are not long standing, nor do they translate into something real. So that's why I answered you initially by saying, did he
Hmm.
win? Because at in the end of the day, all of that came out, and what he lost is far greater than anything he had gained. And whatever wins, quote unquote, air quotes, finger quotes, that he had experienced are so far gone and were fleeting. So what does he have to show for that?
Yeah, because I'm thinking like I can't name any names on YouTube, but y'all know who they are. There's quite a bit of fellas, even in the white sector, that really go in hard in trying to do the pandering and simping,
Mm-hmm.
and some of them are doing well by by I guess monetarily wise,
Mm-hmm.
and some of them are still trying different ways to you know make their big break. So it's like, I mean, is that something that's going to last forever in your opinion, or is that eventually will it die out?
In the interest of the fact that there's nothing new under the sun and there's more than one way to skin a cat, it ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, all right. I think I know who you're talking about too, man.
He's trying hard, Kev. He's
Oh,
trying.
oh my God! Like,
I'm like, bruh, it's too hot. Well, I think, I mean, he's growing a little bit after he, but hey, to each his own.
yeah. Hey, but we got up here. Go ahead and say something. You've never been up here before. Re-up, you there? Hello.
He's real low. He said,
Uh,
"Can you hear me?" He's
oh,
still
okay.
low. He's still real, real, real
Yeah,
low.
you real low, bro. Yeah, I can hear somebody talking, but we can't hear you. So you having mic issues. Okay. All right. Well, we got to continue this. Uh,
So yeah,
Jesse Webb said the irony of simps is that, at least in my life, is that they are the first one to catch domestic charges.
yeah. Probably your biggest simp songs came out in my college years. Early '90s. And man, I look back at so many of them, but I never paid attention. And it's probably because I got more into jazz. So I think I'm blessed for that. But it's so many, with the boy band or boy groups or the male groups, lots. And the thing is, it was the go-to, just to be romantic. You're gonna play some Boys and Men or some Joe or some John B. Those were all like, I thought about it like, damn it, everybody did simp music.
So,
I pay your rent, I buy your clothes. That's
yeah.
Babyface, right? I'm like, wow,
Shoot.
we're really inundated.
Yeah, yeah, I did a broadcast on that like a couple weeks ago on the R&B simping. I don't know if you knew that, but yeah, if you think about it, yeah, Joe, all the things your man won't do.
Yeah,
John B, don't listen to
yep,
what people say.
yep. I said, wow, I didn't think it was that many.
Mm,
Shy, Drew Hill, all these guys. I mean, damn near everybody almost.
mm, mm.
I said, wow, the '90s. That's probably why I went to neo soul and jazz, man, and acid jazz too. I didn't get too much sipping in those genres,
Mm.
you know. So I apologize for those people that love those days, but I just wasn't into it.
I mean,
R. Kelly.
it is what it is. I mean, indigenous TV, what's going on? He says, Kev, the SBE war has officially begun. Okay, explain that one. Is it because of the broadcast old boys doing?
What's
Ooh,
what's SBE? I don't know what that is.
SBE is shame, blame, and explain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know how we used to say shaming language. Well,
Okay.
I guess the female version is shame, blame, and explain. Uh, because and this is something that some of the male content creators have been pushing. Shane basically trying to explain to females or trying to get them to realize or empathize with male problems when at the end of the day they don't care. And I get it to some of the to I get it to an extent, but I gotta confess to guys, I don't do it, but at the same time I don't care. It's too much BS going on out here for me to really just care about a female's feelings for real. I mean, if she on some real shit like Toya, then I'm good with that. But like as far as these misandrists, I don't care what people say to them.
Yeah. Like I was saying before, I deal with so many 92s. As long as it's not heinous, I probably hear a little bit of you know, I can't find no good man and all that kind of stuff. But my whole thing is, okay, so what do you do again? Oh, you're the CEO of Warner Communication? Okay. You know, I mean, it gets to the point to where, everybody, I mean, it seems like everybody needs a therapist. I get that. Or you need a punching bag, you know, that kind of thing. But if we can't do any kind of business, then I have no use for your stories,
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
honest.
I,
Unless you want to take my advice. You know what I'm saying? If you want to take some of my references or whatever, then maybe I'll indulge and throw some help out there. But as far as the whole thing about me just listening all day about how bad black men are and all this kind of stuff, too old for that right now.
yeah. I mean, one thing that I understood about women who said that that kind of thing is they had a bad boyfriend or a bad relationship, and now all of a sudden, everything is horrible about men, and I'm just one of those guys is like, look, I get it, I understand, but I refuse to take accountability for someone else's shit. I'll take accountability for mine, but not anyone else's.
Sometimes I have to take the Nelly Fuller approach. Okay, and there's no good black. Okay, so what are you gonna do about it? What's your plan? Well, I don't know. I'm just gonna sit home. Oh, I was gonna do one of Toya's moves, but she don't like me talking about her products. But I'll just leave that part out. Oh, I just sit and listen to some Sade records and look at the blinds. So okay, well, good luck with that. Sometimes you got give them their little space and then find a way to move walk somewhere else. You know, usually, like I said, sometimes these turn out to be like co-workers or people I do business with, and they throw in some of that personal stuff in there, and I'm like, I'm sitting there like, okay, then sometimes you got to find a way to steer the conversation back to why y'all together, in the same room in the first place. You know, um, Sometimes I give different, therapist names. Like, okay, this is a good therapist for you. So, I mean,
And I mean, like, and ain't nothing wrong with telling somebody to go get therapy. Sometimes people look at that kind of language as condescending, but shit, I think that all of us at some point would probably need a little bit of therapy. But I mean, if you're bitter, people are not going to want to hear your story. I mean,
or
unless
pastor, therapist, pastor, some people that you would know that would give better advice, like a
but,
like a Toya.
Aw,
I mean,
shucks.
a man said
Yeah,
pastor, like what, a Jamal Bryant?
shoot, I don't know how he would have. He would probably go for the money too, though. So I
Yeah.
don't know about Jamal.
I think that's what he was doing. Like last week when he took that shot at Kevin Samuels, like he was
Yeah,
trying to make sure that collection plate was full.
and I'm shocked that. Well, I'm not too shocked with Boyce Watkins, but I'm shocked that he continued it. It's like, dude, you took a shot at him once. Why keep talking about why keep using these talking points? Because I tell people every now and then, my mom knew him, and he gave some money to for my mother's funeral expenses. So behind the scenes, cool dude, but as far as the whole pandering thing, it's like, bruh, this is your brother that just passed away. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it, man. Uh, and so, I mean, I guess that simping thing, because we had I think I forgot who I was talking to on the panel, but I thought that the simping thing would kind of like fizzle a little bit, but like Sister Toya said, it ain't going nowhere because if you do it right, you're gonna get paid.
Oh
It's
yeah.
a classic case of supply and demand.
Hmm.
We were just talking about how women love attention. Who better to get it from than a simp?
Yeah, and you can be the worst person in the world, but this simp gonna make you feel good
For sure.
for
And then
free.
yep, and then you go get right back in your amen corner, your echo chamber of sisterhood, and it's a whole beautiful life.
Yeah, and plus, what gets me is, and Kevin touched on it. I mean, our Kev here, he touched on it. It's mainly broken down to being dishonest
Mhm.
overall.
Mhm.
And it's like, okay, you got a lot of ladies that are complaining about dishonest men, but you are like, welcome that dishonesty still in your life. So it's like, what is it? The battle of the dishonest people? Which dishonest person is going to win your heart? The no good N word or the simp that like to smell you no matter how
Okay.
bad you smell? Like which one do you choose? Like, even though you shouldn't even choose any of them, but it's like, wow. It's, hey, I just remember, see, back then, Kev, aren't you in your early 40s, late 40s?
I'm 45.
Okay, mid 40s. You might be old enough to remember. Remember the term play brother?
Play brother.
Yeah, you kind of okay. Because
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
considering, yeah, you was
I
play
heard
brother.
I heard play cousin. That was on some kind
Okay.
of some incest shit. But
The play brother back then was the simp.
uh,
That's the one that's always hanging around a chick, even though she got a husband, a fiance, a boyfriend. He has to be around. And the thing is, she knows what he wants, but she wants to keep him around. And, no matter how bad she does, he's just there. But the thing is, he's waiting for her to see the light, you know. And usually when you hear like, see, I'm quite sure that that whole term just like played out, but back then when you heard the word play brother, it's like, oh, that's where your sip was. That was your sip back then.
okay.
That's why I had a little fun in your chat. They say stuff like, "Oh, he might do that to you, but I wouldn't. I'm here. I'm always here for you." That kind of thing. I mean, the
Dirty
female version,
backing.
yeah, and they use excuses like, "Oh, he got me out of a, he been there for me through thick and thin. That's my best friend. We grew up together, all this kind of stuff." But the female version, I like the female version. I guess the quote unquote female simp. I don't know what you call a female simp, but they would wipe your mouth and say, "You deserve better, boo."
About the
When they to the she says that to the guy after she touched his chin or wiped his face or something. But yeah, it's always they're always waiting till a bad moment in their relationship. It's usually that they can't just go come off on jump and just say, "Hey, can we be an item?" It's always something to where something bad has to happen in a previous relationship for them to get that girl.
Mhm.
And I don't know if people operate like that anymore, but that's how it was. That was the MO back then,
I
and it
think
was
a
right. Go ahead.
I think a female simp might be your standard issue hood booker.
Hood booger.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Because a hood booger is going to console you when your homie gets, you know, picked up. She's not going to tell you that you should do something different with your life. She's going to console you and make it better and, make you a fried bologna sandwich. And or if you happen to be the one that gets locked up, she's going to do everything she can to make sure you get out and have what you need while you're in there. So I don't know, I think maybe a hood booger is a nice compliment to the simp in terms of they might be brother and sister.
Mm. Yeah, I ask my students. I always have Valentine's Day questions, and so I think I did a scenario, and they listen too. Like they listen real deep, and I'm like, okay, because I have to think about like who's like the hottest star right now. Would you just still? Well, like, I'm not hottest, but who has the most suggestive type persona as a female? As
Cardi
far
B.
okay, let's go with Cardi B. All right. So I say, ladies, your man has been invited to one of Cardi B's New Year's Eve parties, and for some reason you got to work late. You can't go anywhere, but he's free. So I always ask that question. I said, would you let him go to that party? Matter of fact, he's in her VIP section. So would you let her go? Let him go? You got a few that say, yeah. A lot of people. Well, actually, a lot of them say yeah, and a few say no. And so part two, I said, okay. Not only you at work, but you see him dancing with her on TV
Wow.
after you told him that he could go, because you try to prove that you ain't tripping, right? Now, this the last part. He comes home real late. You already home. He's over here like singing her songs and saying, "I got the best time of my life, whatever." I said a question. I had a question. How would the rest of the night turn out once he make it to the bed? What would you do, man? For all those girls that were saying, or ladies and girls, because I asked my college class and my high school students too, and most of them said he gonna have to sleep on the couch. I'm like, wait a minute, you gonna let him go to the party, but and you knew he was partying with, but you gonna make him sleep on the couch because he had fun, just because what's so that's the thing. I think people claim that they're open minded about things. They're not really that open minded, you know.
No, not at all. Like, things they'll say they're cool with things until the things actually happen.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, most of the time these people, I guess the simps or whatever, some of the guys try to play, say, "Hey, I ain't tripping," because usually people say that because they got a female friend, so he gonna say it's okay for her to have a male friend. But for some reason, again, these people are around. They want to have coffee with your girl or coffee with your man, especially when things are not going well. You know, people got to watch that.
Let me tell you something else about a simp too. A simp will tell another man that how they should treat a woman, and don't pay attention to what she says and don't get mad. But the second they get disrespected, and I've seen this on panels, the second they get disrespected, they get worse than the guy that doesn't simp.
Hmm.
Facts.
Yeah, yeah. I watched one last week. Like I went up on a panel like last week, and he was talking about, well, don't pay attention to the bad things, don't pay attention to the lowest hanging fruit. You got to respect these sisters, blah blah blah. And then like I was like, this guy's being delusional. So they say, oh, you want to come up on the panel? I was like, yeah. So it took me about a minute to come on the panel, and as soon as I got up there, this dude was full steam cussing this female out. I was like, what happened between you were saying all this stuff and right now? And then it just confirmed it confirmed what I just said. Is like, these guys be simping hard as fuck, but then the second a female crosses them, the nigga comes out.
Yeah.
And it's like I know it's bullshit because I've seen it so many times before. And I was glad to have proven myself right once again. These guys don't really feel this way. They just say this shit for a biscuit.
Exactly.
Yeah, what used to get me upset was the Montel Williams show.
Ugh.
I couldn't do. And I know if your mom is around, she'll definitely attest to this. Every now and then, well, not every, but most of the time, he has couples on his panels, and every now and then, the wife is telling the story about what the husband's doing, and Montel Williams is going to hug the wife in front of the husband, and I'm sitting there like, why is this dude getting away with this? And this on national TV. I don't even know if it's real or not, but I'm like, I just think like in that '90s decade, that was probably the most simpish decade ever, and that was in the midst of gangster rap.
Mm.
So think about that. You got on one end the gangster rap, and on the other end you got the simp music.
Well, the gangster rap part, like that was supposed to be like the anti simp type,
Yep.
like it was like gangster rap was the answer to a lot of the talk shows were doing. I mean, it wasn't as eloquently put as what we do here in the Manosphere, but yeah, that's how like that was our way of getting our side of the story out was the rap music because these talk shows and these films they weren't giving us any mercy or any kind of leeway. But I see you're back, Mr. Z.
You know, I I got serious with my girlfriend, and we real. I'm gonna use the word steady. I know we're not in high school. It's gonna be funny, but we started going steady or being real after I
Dang, I
entered the
thought you was young,
manosphere,
man. You sound old, man.
right? And when I was listening to Toya speak earlier, like in Toya, tell me if I'm going too far. I'll stop. But Toya got into this space in less than 2 years. She had a man. Do
Yeah,
y'all hear me?
I don't get
In
why she
less,
calls herself Toya Toya the tutor. Shouldn't it
well,
be
she
like
did teach
Toya
these
the?
women how to get a man, though.
It shouldn't be like Toya the apprentice or something or
Yeah, I'm
That's
in the
good.
midst of a rebrand, so I'll consider that.
yeah, because
And
she
like,
takes notes, man. Go ahead.
I mean, and if y'all don't know, I ain't gonna tell y'all, but the brother is not a simp in any way, shape, or form. I speak the way y'all hear me speak right now is the way I speak offline, right? My lady knows. She know my channel. She know my videos. She knows my content. I'm not BSing, right? She has a cousin, her closest cousin on her mom's side, he subscribed to me. I'm not BSing, right? This go you don't have to simp to get women, y'all,
Not at all.
right? You can be you. As long as you don't hate women. I know they try to levy that at us all the time. And low key, even if you hate women, if you have enough money, you probably could still pull them or swag,
Man.
right?
But you know what's crazy about that, Dr.
Go
J,
ahead.
is that I think sometimes, especially younger folks, it's hard for them to draw the line between being charming and being a simp, or being a gentleman and being a simp.
Go into that art because I agree with you actually.
You
Yeah,
know, I mean, the simple fact that certain people are married, they're considered simps.
no,
You
that's
know,
dumb.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
fact that
yeah,
you,
That's
yeah.
the
That's
dumb.
fact that,
sometimes like
Hmm.
you got to get the
yeah,
definitions right.
yeah, because I mean, I still open the door. I still say yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am.
Me
You know,
too.
I still do all the stuff that I've been raised to do.
Hmm.
But at the same time, you know, I'm still a man, and you know, there's certain principles that I, you know, make sure that I maintain while being charming. I mean, I
Yeah.
can make a woman laugh without being a simp. You know, I can make a woman feel comfortable without being a simp.
You know, my girlfriend is ADOS. I'm literally sitting in her parents' house right now. And it's crazy to me. Like this simp thing is not if it if it if we saw the fruits of that, we would have saw the fruits of that 2 and 3 decades ago. I mean, I was born in '86. I'm a '90s baby, right? I came of age in the early aughts, but I'm a '90s baby. All the great R&B songs, the R&B groups, the Baby Baby Please, the Boys to Men, the Drew Hills, you name them. New Edition was still hot in the '90s. Name them. Like you can't like the '90s was the end of an era. The early aughts had really ended, but the '90s was the end of an era. And all it was for the most part was simp ass music. And I love simp ass music. I ain't got a lot of y'all.
Somebody said that
But
earlier. I wonder who
right,
said that.
it's true. It's true. It's true. But I love '90s R&B. That's like my that's my shit.
I tune
But
out. Go ahead.
you how you tune out art? It started in the '60s and '70s, and you listen to that.
No, I went to jazz. I went to
Oh, okay,
jazz,
okay, okay.
man.
So you went
Uh,
backwards. You went back to jazz. You was like, I ain't doing this.
no, I was dating upscale. That's when I started dating 92s.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. But when I listen to that music and I see the children that was born and conceived, let's be honest, off of that music, the reason why they don't think and move and act as their boomer or exer parents is
Go into
because
that. What do you mean? Like break that down.
they were born and conceived off of '90s R&B music. These 25 and younger people, and the reason why they don't move or sound the way their fathers do is because they're looking at the landscape. And simping don't pay because now, see, this is the flip. The other side is that the girls are the children of TLC No Scrubs and Beyonce. Can you in Destiny's Child? Can you pay my bills? You see that? So
Mm.
yes, your fathers were listening to R&B, but they were also listening to JT Money, Whole Problems Ain't No Problems. That's true. Yes, that's absolutely true. But the women were only listening to ego stroking, placating music for the most part. Yes, they listened to rap, but when they listened to R&B, it was nothing but "You Are the World," "The Stars and the Moon," "I'll Pay Your Rent," "Babyface," right? When a Woman's Fed Up, R. Kelly, um, all of that. That's all they were consuming, and they
After
passed that
seven.
on, right? Like yeah, after seven, exactly, right? Like yeah, exactly, yes. And now their
Ready or
daughters who
not.
are of age, we got to keep on doing this, right? On bended knee, boys to men, like now that their daughters are of age, 24, 25, 26, those young women really, and you can see it all online. This is why I love the internet. I really love the internet, yo, because people can contain themselves on the internet. They just tell you what they really feel, or sometimes they be putting on, but still, They're
And
telling you straight up, they're um it's a video kind of circulating, and I actually want to do commentary on it also, but Pink Book Lessons and a bunch of other people have already covered it, where I think little baby's baby mama or girl that he used to date is saying like, why don't men worship women anymore? This summer is the summer of women. Men need to worship women like they did in the 80s and 90s. Now, like I told you, I was born in 86. I'm a child of the 90s. Men weren't worshiping women. Yeah, niggas was simping, but niggas wasn't worshiping women. But
They just
that
got
goes
the
to
draws and
show
kept
you
going.
where the mentality is. The mentality is that you need to worship me like the men of the past. And that's frightening and it's inaccurate. So, I'll pause
let's
right there.
go. Let's go half on the baby.
Right? Well,
man,
there's a couple of R&B songs that kind of preach that sentiment. It was R.
Oh
Kelly and
God.
them. It was Trick Daddy down here. He wasn't doing R&B, but like his kind of like slower shit in Florida. Like, yeah, there was a couple of people kind of pushing that let's go half on a baby type of sentiment. Crazy.
Man, I'm
Hmm.
telling you, that's probably why I'm so fascinated with instrumentals because I don't have to hear all that mess.
yeah,
Give me some instrumentals or a good beat. I'm
yeah.
good.
Yeah, let me shout out to Y Skinner Man Cave for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Said shout out to BNBBH Good Show. Thank I appreciate that. Roguish Son is in the building. What's going
Rogish, do
on?
you mind if I get this in real quick before you go?
No, Roguish is not on the panel. He was
Oh,
in the
I
chat.
thought you was okay, okay, okay. I thought you okay, okay.
Yeah,
My
yeah, and
apologies.
yeah,
Chocolate City.
shout out to Connie Chong Black as well. Says long time. Yeah, has been a long time, but that's cool. I've been seeing a lot of people who used to come in a while back come back in. So
Hmm.
it just lets me know that I must be doing something right. And she said,
You are.
it says, thought you came on Sundays. Here Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays. Yeah, I try to go on every Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. I've been consistent with it lately, but who knows? But just for clarity purposes. So everybody in the chat, good to see you. Hope you all press that like button. It's for the algorithm. Likes are for free. And also, if you're watching in the clouds and you're not subscribed to this channel, hopefully you know go ahead and make the right move for this day and this minute and hit that subscribe button. Be much appreciated. But yeah, but
Let me say this real quick. Kev, Art mentioned something about instrumentals, and I wanted to remind him of all the 90s R&B songs that were coming from these placating ass 90s movies. And Toya's around my age, and Toya know exactly what I'm talking about. Like the soundtracks for these movies were impeccable, right? They were like when you hear Mary J. Blige off of Waiting to Excel, right? Like like that if I'm a man and that's kind of hitting me in the feels, I can just imagine what it's doing to women in the 90s, you know, right? Like that you got to think about the soundtracks coming from some of these movies. You got to think about how the instrumentals are arranged just right to kind of hit you in the feel. So if you're a young woman and you just went through a heartbreak or you went through a breakup and now
Shoot,
you
shoot.
you see
No,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
saying? Exactly. Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, you
And
right about that, Mr. Z, because my mom was listening to that soundtrack on repeat.
you see what I'm saying? Like in that you can't I mean, I don't think there's a lot of brothers that they don't really appreciate how heavy that shit was, right? And I don't know. It.
Like Love Jones was like probably the one of the landmark ones. You had Best Man, the
For
Best
me, it's
Man or
not gonna cry
whatever.
Mary J. Blige. That song right there, the way I think about it, Art, I'm a man, yo. I'm a 35-year-old man, and I'm just imagining, I'm putting myself, if I 20 years ago being a 30-year-old woman listening to that when Waiting to Excel came out, and I could just imagine what that was doing to them emotionally.
But you know what though? 'Cause
Hmm.
I'm a musician,
Yeah.
and the Mary J. Blige one for Stella Got the Groove Back, You're Beautiful.
Hmm.
I kind of tune out some of the words, But at the same time, that music by Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, that's a masterpiece. And I mean, I look past the lyrics, but that music, I think it's called "You're Beautiful" or "Beautiful" or something like that.
Mm,
Stella got her groove back. I think it's that one.
hmm
I had to buy the soundtrack just to get that song,
I
and
mean, if we're
I
gonna
don't
go
even
to
remember,
that,
I don't remember what's on the soundtrack. I just got it for just that one song.
okay, let's go to that. Okay, so in the 90s, they're sampling heavy from a lot of songs from the 70s and 60s and 50s and before. So you're sampling something that we were listening to. Well, when I say we, I mean more like Art's age group, but we were listening to when we were kids. So it gives us a bit of nostalgia. Then we got this newer artist who's sampling that instrumental and they're singing over it and they're pouring their heart out. You
You talking
imagine
about the
what that's doing.
90s?
So you want to talk about simping. This is why you have women literally saying what happened to men worshiping us, right? This is when you have women, and I'm happy, Toya said what she said earlier. There's a difference between a gentleman and a simp, but that line is super blurry for a lot of people, right? And when you kind of consume this form of entertainment, when you're coming up during the height of like female empowerment, you have the Disney Channel, you have ABC, you have CBS, everybody, you have Paramount Pictures, you have movies, music, everything placating you, ego stroking you, not necessarily because these white rich ass men believe what they're pushing in these movies and this music, but because it's profitable. Now, when you come of age and you're in your late 20s, early 30s, you're looking to settle down. Now you have an insane view of the world. Thank you for putting him up. And you got Steve Harvey and Shaq and um whatever Jamal Bryant. You have these placating ass niggas, the Michael Eric Dysons of the world, the Barack Obamas of the world, the Michelle Obamas of the world. Yeah, I brought her in theirs too, telling
But
you we
brother,
raise. Go ahead, go
who's not a simp in the mainstream?
ahead. Okay, Art, you just cut through it.
Mm.
I mean,
Art said, stop naming them. They're all
we're
simps.
just picking the flavor of the month, man. You got so many people with these track records of being
Good
a
point.
simp.
Good point. Good
You
point.
know, I'm like, wow. So it's so many of them, man.
Good point.
I can't think of any that are not like point blank
And I stand corrected. Good
pandering. I
point.
mean, they do it all, and they get paid. They
Yeah.
keep an audience. They stay in circulation. They wind up on Oprah's guest list. I mean, I
Well,
think that's just the way to go in that business. It's like you got to really pay some simp dues to really make it in
and
that business.
it
That's
doesn't
what it
work in the
looks like to
long
me.
run. I mean, you say the wrong word. I mean, we saw that with Terry Crews, right? We see that with a lot of people. They do the simping thing, and then somebody find out your wife is like super duper ultra mega light skinned, damn near white, and then they defecate on you, right? We see this over and over again. So I agree with you, Art. Like pretty much all of the mainstream is doing that. I guess this is the way of paying dues, but in the long run, and this has
I
always
think
been
it's a
what I say.
requirement. I think
Yeah,
it's a
I agree.
requirement.
I
I
agree.
think you're gonna have to, and I mean, why? How do you think that this whole black girl magic it really emerged?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just the women building it. You had white society paying for it.
hmm
You have brothers participating in it. It's. I mean, so many people were willing participants, but in the meantime, the black family is separated. So who's
You know what
winning?
annoyed me about that, Art? This is what annoys me about that. Because I pay attention to things like this. Like, don't be selling me something, but you don't really believe in it. And what I mean by that is, okay, let's look at that whole body positivity thing. Don't sell me body positivity, and then I look up your wife, and your wife is some slim, petite white woman. You see what I'm saying? And like that is like I don't know how many women in general, black women specifically, like how do y'all not see that? All these CEOs and all these corporate people and these politicians, they're pushing a narrative to you, they're pushing a message to you, but they have intact families usually, even if they're divorced, they're back married to another woman. They have intact families. They're married to women that have a particular look, and yet they're pushing a completely different message to you. Like, do you
Facts.
understand the profit motive, or is it just me?
Yeah, our dysfunction feeds people.
Yeah.
The fact that you
Yeah.
got all these, and it's weird how all these, there's so many women around the world that has this weight problem, but usually they have to put sisters at the forefront. You know, it's almost like our dysfunction feeds people. You know, the fact. I mean, have you ever seen those?
Hmm.
I think it's curves, those curves ads, and those other
Pretty
things
much
where they
any
show these women.
magazine you talking about, Art. Go ahead.
It's like majority sisters and maybe like three white women and
Hmm.
maybe a Latina somewhere, but they're always trying to make sure the sisters are the
The heavy
forefront of
set.
this
Hmm.
dysfunction. And the
But
thing is,
that's because as black people, we always glamorize things. So who
Mm.
better to get than a fashionable, sassy black woman to make fat look fun?
yeah, lead the charge.
Mm.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, medical profession gets paid, fast
Hmm.
Yeah.
food place gets paid,
Yeah.
the psychiatric people get paid. I mean,
Hmm.
you name it, everybody get paid but us. You know
Facts.
what I'm saying? Based on the
Facts.
dysfunction of stuff that, I mean, the whole thing is like, for example, someone like a Sister Toya, take care of her body and take care of everything else. Her mental faculties are there. So
Yeah.
therefore, she would make more sound decisions on how she lives her life. And if there was more of that, then yeah, these fast food places lose money.
Mm.
The medical profession they lose money.
That's a fact.
So it's all about money, man. But we keep falling for this stuff, man. Eventually, you're gonna have to. There's so many foods. I know Toy can tell you. There's so many foods you can eat a lot but never gain a pound.
Hmm.
But you gotta find the ones that fits your body. Your body chemistry.
But Art, what gets me, and so I often bring this up. I don't know if y'all hear it. I often bring up musical chairs, right? Because I think that game right there is so informing. It's so telling, and I can't remember when I remember to bring that up in conversation, but I've been doing it for the past couple years now. But it just hit me one day like there's no better game to tell you that sometimes you need to move and you need to move right now and you only have one chance. And if you don't get it, you're just out, right?
Hmm.
When I look at our current landscape, these simps are making it worse for not just men, but even the same women they placate, right? Because there's only so many men of this caliber, then there's only so many men of the caliber under them, and then there's only so many men of the caliber under that. And when you continue to placate and ego stroke and lie to your daughters, and I'm looking at you, Shaq, you not only do you make them insufferable, like I was saying before, but they don't have a good concept of the world they're living in, right? Half of American men make 40 or less a year. Period. 40 is not that it's alright, but that's not no real money like that. So when I listen to these simps talk and I listen to how they speak about providership in the 21st century, I'm not even against it, but are we going to take the jobs away from women? Right? Like, how is this supposed to work? Because if you want to double and triple men's income and then have women be these kind of stay-at-home moms like we purport the 1950s to be, which by the way it wasn't. That's a over exaggeration at best, especially for black people.
And let's
If
talk
that's what
about.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, man.
No, go ahead, Art. Go ahead.
I was gonna say let's talk about the simps. We're gonna give this to Toya so she can give us the real on this one. But let's talk about the simps that usually have to try to claim that they're super masculine. You know, she's laughing. I'm trying to
No, I'm
get it out.
laughing.
Oh, okay.
I'm laughing
But
too.
They do this masculine talk, but you got to be a real man to do blah blah blah. You're a real man to do this and that, but yet you still speaking simp rhetoric. You got to be a real man to get the responsibility, and you got
Or
to
did
pay
you
your
say simp rhetoric?
yeah simpology. They,
Simpology. I'm still in that.
you
I'm
know
still in that. I'm spreading
with
that
with
around.
with the symposium of simps.
Hey,
They
y'all heard it here first.
they sit there and try to make it so that okay, I'm going to make this boogeyman of a whole bunch of black male or black irresponsible males and big up myself and blow up my air muscles and make it so that I am so responsible compared to these other guys that you never even met. Could you speak on that, Sister Toya?
I think I did already. I mean, it's the same thing I said earlier. It doesn't yield what you want, so it's rooted in wrongness in the first place. Unfortunately,
Mm,
Second that.
you know,
yeah.
I feel bad for guys that do that because unfortunately, that's just a blaring indication that they were raised by women, but also that
Mm,
that
good point.
those women didn't know what they wanted. And you've got situations where,
Good
we've
point.
talked about this before, sons become husbands, and it's like that is not how this is
Mm,
supposed to work at all.
Mm.
that's a good point.
Yeah,
That's a
because
good
it
point.
is it is that it's like he's like real buff and hardcore in the exterior, but he's speaking like his mama that with the
Mm-hmm.
father not around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You
and
know.
not to minimalize the conversation, but a lot of times these are the same guys who are grown and walking around with skid marks in their underwear. Like,
Ouch.
and I'm
Uh-oh.
and I'm saying that I'm making the correlation because your your priorities are not right. Kanye West
Mm,
saying something about this, about white man get paid off for all of that. Like it
mm-hmm.
all it all boils down to the same thing. It's all the same thing. You have to prioritize yourself first. Your self-care must come first before you can even attempt to bring anything to a woman. So if you're not even prioritizing that, whatever you do bring to the woman will likely end up being, for lack of a better word, shitty.
And I have a feeling that,
I agree.
well, actually, not a feeling, but the thing is that if these eventually there got to be something where these guys that have to be responsible and accountable and all this kind of stuff, you haven't really seen these guys. So eventually the jig have to be up sometime.
Wait, what do you mean
So
by that, Art?
okay,
Maybe I missed a little
I
bit of
made
it. Go ahead.
I made a scenario before when I first got into. I think it was because I used to do a lot of panels back in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very familiar with a lot of people. I just narrowed it down. But I asked a gentleman, because they keep talking about this whole thing about black men to be responsible, black men to do this, blah blah blah. And usually they speak from the standpoint of a guy that's not even a real man. He's just a boy. He's probably 15 or 16 or whatever, having a child.
Mm,
So it's usually those guys that they're kind of addressing, but they're saying it in grown men spaces. So I said, okay, let's entertain that then. We find the guy that have all these baby, mamas or whatever. We got
mm-hmm.
him against the wall. He can't go anywhere. What should we do with him? The guy couldn't even answer the question.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You saying all this rhetoric and everything, but if you catch the guy, you're not even gonna talk about, okay, we're gonna find him a job, teach him how to dress, whatever. He just
Mm.
he just said, I can't answer that, Art. I can't answer that. I'm like, he's right there. We got him right there. He can't go anywhere.
Well,
You
we
know.
don't even have any coming. So, with see, Art, I was even part of that panel, and I already know that you were talking about a coming of age thing, right? Like
Hmm.
What do see? See, you just said, I wasn't even there. How do I know? You see what I'm saying? Like that's frightening. That we are so removed from a certain sense of a tribe and community that people don't, even when you isolate them and you ask them a very simple question. All right, we have this person isolated. What are we going to do with them? They don't even understand that the answer is so glaring, right? This is a coming of
Hmm.
age type of situation, right? We we clean this person up, we send them on a mission, and they gotta accomplish it point blank. Period. Ain't no excuses, right? Like, and I don't know. But this is where we get Sims from. They're coming from their mama house, 16, 17, 18 years old, maybe even 15 years old. Very, very little male interaction because a lot of these young men don't have the type of male interaction y'all think they do. Maybe they have a couple of homeboys, but those homeboys are the same age as them, right?
It's a persona too. It's that deep voice probably. Like I said,
Yeah,
it's the muscles,
yeah,
it's the cornrows, or whatever. You're trying to find some way to get a hard exterior, but you still sound like your mama.
yeah, yep, yep,
it's
yep.
it's the way
And
around it.
unlike your mom, you don't get the same type of leeway and what's the word I'm looking for? It's not just leeway, but you don't get the same type of grace, I guess I'll say, that she does. The world is so much harsher on you, but she doesn't know that, so she didn't raise you that way. So you come out here trying to move like her and you get your head scalped.
Yeah, that's true. Cause like we hold back on the women because most dudes don't touch the
Yep,
women, but we
yep,
put hands on the dude,
yep.
and the thing is like eventually, I think Dr. Tia Johnson said eventually for those guys that are saying their talking points for their mom or whatever, eventually you're going to have to get a hold of your father and find out his side of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Right.
You know, you got to. I mean, the matter of fact, that'll set you free. You know,
Yeah,
Hey,
but it might
real.
make you look at your mom different. How many of us are willing to? Because remember, mom done had you from. Let's say you move out your parents' house. Let's be honest, niggas ain't really moving out at 18. You move out at 24 or something, 25 or something.
this generation, 35. No, I'm
You
joking. Go ahead.
okay? I'm gonna say 30. Let's say 30. You get in contact with your dad on some real stuff at 27, 28. Are you willing to? Are you ready for to hear your dad's side of the story and look at your mom different after she's had the monopoly on the story for 28 years, 30 years? Like you said, Art, 35 years? Are
Let
you
me
ready?
let me tell
Or,
you. Let me tell
mhm.
you something real quick about that. It's just like religion and church. It's like once you find out the truth, are you really willing to let go of the lie that you saw as the truth for many, many years? A lot
From
of
your mama, Kev.
from your
Not from the
mom.
preacher, from your mama.
Mm.
But the thing too is,
Ugh.
that I guess I'll sip on some simp juice on this statement. So, because I kind of lived that a little bit with my, well, I didn't really take what my mother said to heart on my father, what my father did or whatever. I kind of knew that there was two sides anyway. But once I started getting more understanding of what was going on in my time, when I was young and when he was, around, he was pretty abusive. He was very physical, from what I can remember. And the thing is that my dad was light skinned, freckle face, red hair, army vet, got his way, Southern boy in California. He
Art
was
said his
saying,
dad was Malcolm X. Go ahead.
he said that women were just throwing everything at him, right? And so, the way he was describing things, okay, he had that on one hand, but at the same time, um, that whole wholesome Southern, loving and stuff that my mom was raised to be, um, It just wasn't hitting in California for him, you know. And she was frustrated because she's doing everything, whatever. But at the same time, he didn't want to hear no nagging. He just enjoying the life. You know what I mean? So things start getting physical and stuff like that. And then, when we were talking about that, and I had to, I was listening, I was like, okay, well, I don't feel a certain way about it because, I was too old, too young to understand. That was between you two. But I said, but because he feels bad that he wasn't around. And I was like, I don't think you should feel bad because at your mindset at that time, it probably would have been healthy for me because basically you just weren't yourself. So I don't, I don't have any animosity or anything because eventually you have to work on yourself. But in the meantime, since my mom was raised by her father, raised by her, both parents, she made sure that I was around, men, like whether it's the pastor or my uncle that was building things or the coach. She was always making sure I was around positive men.
Hmm.
So that was one of her things. And shout out to Sister George. If anybody understand what happened, I think it was over the weekend or so. The way that she went, the way that she was going at with the other ladies, it reminded me of my mother and grandmother because I'm gonna be veering too far away, but I'll make it quick. You know, like I was raised around most of my cousins were female, and usually even during that time, girls would like to gang up and do that whole sisterhood thing. That was, that they do that when they're real young too. My mom wasn't having that, and I can
Hmm.
hear that. I can hear that in Sister George. You know, and the thing is because like I would literally have cousins that would lie, and then they all say, "Yeah, let's lie." They all get together and lie. And my mom was like, "No, y'all ain't gonna lie on my son." You know, so yeah, she's a woman and all, but she recognized what they do. So that's the thing that that really makes a difference when you want to try to avoid creating a simp. To be honest, to see that you could actually see that whole balance and that whole strong will to make sure that okay, he's a growing boy, but I'm not going to let any kind of thing dominate him as he's growing. You know, and I saw that for myself with my mom and my grandmother. That makes a difference though when you have that part. I know I veered to that one, but that thought about that.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, not you didn't. That's not too far fetched from. I mean, too far from the subject matter. I mean, the Sims are the children of the sisterhood, right?
Yeah,
The
because
Simps,
I
the
could have been.
Simp.
Yeah, I
You
could have
know,
capitulated. I could have
hmm
sit there and said I could have gave in, but my mom was like, "I'm not gonna do my
and,
son like that."
and that is the difference, Art, right there. The stopgap was your mom because she was not willing to sacrifice her son for the sisterhood
Ooh,
to
yep,
make you a simp. You see what I'm saying? That
yep,
is the fundamental difference between a lot of how do I say it? When I say ignorant, I truly mean it by the definition of the word. The ones that don't know, and because half of these women have sons, they don't all have daughters, right? And whether they
right.
realize it or not, when you adopt the sisterhood mentality, you are literally sacrificing your son for the sisterhood. And we saw this with one of the black women that was part of the Me Too movement. Apparently her son got into some trouble and they tried to Me Too him, and she jumped out. She was like, yeah, no, I'm not sacrificing my son for this. As she should. As she
Yeah,
should.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of women, because their ego and their pride, they will sacrifice their son for the sisterhood, because not sacrificing their son would mean I would have to say that I was wrong about his dad. Oh yeah, y'all heard me say that. If
Hmm.
I don't, I'm so I'm so angry at his father and other black men and other men in general that I will sacrifice my son for the sisterhood. And if that means that I don't have to say I messed up with his father or his or some other men that I was dating or fooling around with. And there's women that I'm not gonna say they make a conscious decision to do that. Some of them do, let's be honest. But I think a lot of it is a subconscious decision to sacrifice their son at the altar. It's almost like what some of the Mayans or I think it was the Mayans and the Aztecs were doing, right? Mayans, I think,
Yeah, to the
sacrificing these
gods.
people. Yes, you sacrifice. Art, say that again for me, please, one more time.
To the gods.
To the god, and who's the gods in this case?
White man.
The women. Well, you know what? Rewind. You know what, Art? You're
You gotta take
right.
it back to those the
You're
slave
right.
master.
You know what? You're right.
Gotta be a
Let me
good
correct
boy.
myself. You know what? I was gonna say the women, the black women, but you know what? You're actually right. They sacrificed their sons to the god of white supremacy.
Prison system,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah,
everything.
yeah.
Hey,
He get
You know what? Yep, you're 100% right.
yeah.
You're
Let me
100%
let
right.
me let me hop in real quick. We got
Hmm.
over 50. We got over 50 in the building. You know, we only got like 48 likes. So odds are somebody watching those likes aren't one of yours. But look what happened. I got a dislike. So you know what happens when that happens.
Now I'm feeling objectified by your male gaze.
Damn, son, where'd you get that?
I don't know. I guess somebody out
damn,
there that likes simps.
damn shame what they did to that dog.
Right? Who's that nigga on that dag?
It's Cal Worthington in his dog spot. But yeah,
Hey,
man, this is
Samuel
okay.
L. is the same person in every movie. Go ahead. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah, my dad, when back then, when he used to get mad, he sounded like Samuel Jackson, man. For real.
Word?
Scary. Dad was scary, man. I mean, a little bit today too.
Mm,
But for sure, man, that I mean that's the part that we don't talk about enough
mm,
because that's the first time I ain't gonna lie, Sister Jory, that's my sister there. And she's part of the whole the habitual line steppers, right?
Yep.
So the thing is that when I heard her, I was gonna say it on my panel, but I'll say it tomorrow. But I heard a woman loving her son. That's the first time I ever heard that on a panel in a
yeah,
confrontation. In a
yeah,
confrontation, though,
yeah.
usually I hear a lady say, "Yeah, I love my son," but I heard in her voice when they
Mm-hmm.
were going at it. I didn't hear her. I didn't really hear all the whole things about how they were disrespecting each other, whatever. I just heard a woman that was fighting on the behalf of her son and other boys like her son, and I have to give her kudos to that. I mean, I don't enjoy all the back and forth that our people do with each other, whether it's sisters and brothers, whatever. But I haven't heard that before, So I don't think anybody pointed that out.
I want
Mm,
to second
yeah.
that. The word
Mm-hmm.
that I would like to use is fervor.
Hmm.
Sister George exhibits an enormous amount of fervor when she is talking about not only just her son but black men, and I
Mm-hmm.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Rael just made a comment in the comment section about mental health. And this is Rael's bag. So, if he come up, I'm definitely gonna give him space to speak on this. We What happens when you've been placated and ego stroked by billions of dollars of advertisement in television and movies, and then you become an adult and none of that shit comes out, right?
You self
What
destruct.
happened? You see what I'm saying? You were sold princess fairy tale lifestyles. We don't even, Ra, if you listening, I'm not even talking about the moms yet. I'm talking about white media and white capital and white politicians. I didn't even get to their moms yet, right? You were pumped with billions of dollars of advertisement before the age of 18. Now we add your mom and your dad and whatever dysfunctional relationship they had and whatever lies your mom pumped into your mind. Then you get the like Nameless speaks about all the time, the hive like mentality that you were raised in as a black woman. The difference between black women and black men is black men eventually have to know what their dads are talking about because they have to go out in that dating market and get their heads taken off. right? Where the daughters sympathize with their mothers because they enter the dating market and now they're like, oh, this is what my mom was talking about. You men ain't shit. You men ain't shit because you ain't putting me in a new house with a baby Benz, right? And I'm saying all of that to say billions of dollars of media portrayals of what men are supposed to be, billions of dollars of politicians ego stroking you with the black women are the backbone of the black community. Shout out to Michelle and Barack and all the other Democrats, quite frankly. Um, and then now you're 20, 25, 30 years old, and all you've ever been told throughout your life is that you are Queen Mother Goddess. Shout out to Dr. Umar Johnson, right? How are you ever supposed to come back to reality and put your foot back on the ground? This is why the other Kev Samuels, this is why he was getting so much pushback, right? Because there's no way in the world, and this is why you get little babies. I think that's his baby mama. This is why she's talking about worshiping, right? And I'm happy they're saying this.
Hmm.
You think that men are supposed to worship you, not love you, not protect you, not take care of you. Let's be honest, most of us are working class, so we can't pay for all the bills. But either way, not even that, but worship you.
I take it deeper than that, fam. What
Go
about
ahead, go
that?
ahead.
What about that dolls test?
Ooh, And okay, and then you add the white supremacy on top of that. Exactly, Art.
Yeah, it's
You add
real
the
deep.
doll test on that.
So that
Like,
delusion goes real deep, man.
and here's the kicker though, Art. Even the white man, the average white man can't even do the shit you think they could do. Oh man, did I just say that? I said it. Even the average white man can't even be that upper middle class. You stay at home and be Susie homemaker. Even the average white man can't do that shit. Now what?
No, because that genie's out the bottle.
Yep.
They got him,
Now what? Keep going, Art.
it's
Keep going.
yeah, that you can't. It's so every time you put a finger in the wall to plug the hole, another one opens up. You
Yeah.
know, so I mean,
Mhm.
that's the thing is that yeah, because some of the white friends that I have, whatever, they not quite sure. Some of our all of our white friends tell us that stuff that's on sitcoms
Mhm.
that don't happen. We go through things just as much as you guys do. We don't sit
L-
out. We
It's
all don't sit at the dinner table.
bullshit. Look, Art, one of my closest friends for years, Art, I didn't babysit this man's house. He let me take his daughter out without him being there. Like, look, I was in. Let me tell y'all something. And this was a upper middle class white dude. This is not the white dude that have the same type of Roseanne type problems with money and mortgage and all that other shit. No, the average white person is not living the life a lot of black people think they live in. I'm not saying they still
Exactly.
not white. I'm not saying they still not white. They still white. They still get to
Hmm.
play games that we don't get to play. I will give y'all that. That's 100% true. And they
I
savings
just want
account
to
is a
jump
little
in
bit
right
bigger than
there.
us. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Um, Most black people don't realize that most white people get easy credit. They live off credit all their life.
Say that.
Yeah, that's true.
Hmm.
And low taxes for sure.
Right,
Sometimes even to big tax breaks, and they don't even have to be rich.
right. And a lot of them is house poor.
You know. Let me do Rael a solid because Rael said he just told me exactly, Mr. Z. A lot of white people are broke. Ross said something. I want to say this was like 2 or 3 weeks ago when he was like, the tech industry can't be on that white shit no more because they'll lose money still being on the let's promote the white people over the people that actually got the know-how. And he's 100% right. By the way, Kev, I'm tying all of this back to the subject matter.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'm not going too far off the reservation. The problem that we have as black people is that white people are floating off of just white skin now. Yes, they still got more money in their savings. That's a fact. Yes, they still white in a white supremacist society. That's a fact. All of that is true. But they're pretty much floating on the last gasp of whiteness. That's why you see that white dude went to Buffalo and did what he did.
Yeah, it's a cleansing process.
It's a ex so the And this is why the average white person is so pissed off because the elite pretty much gave them the middle finger and the elite are running out the back door with all the money. And the average white person is pissed. So instead of targeting those people because they can't touch them, they're coming after us.
So
Time.
let's go into white simping now.
Yeah. Okay. Now, here we go. A lot of
Let
people
me
of
open that
color,
can.
a lot of people of color are feeling that pressure, Art. You know what that means? You got two places to be now. You either with people of color, black people specifically, because when people of color say people of color, let's be honest, people of color is defined by black people.
Yeah.
Or you going white. And let's be very clear. There's a lot of people of color, that includes some black people, that are saying, I'm not fighting shit, I'm going that way. Tying that
It,
to the subject matter. Simping is black men's discount way of appeasing black women who are attempting to appease white men.
because
So I'm
aren't white guys pretty bad at simping though?
white. I would, you want me to be honest with you, Art? I think white men are master simpers. I think
Really?
no one, what? I think about it, Art. They think everything is about their money and they get pissed off when they can't buy a chick.
Yeah,
Remember,
that's what I was
because
thinking. But yeah,
because of
like
slavery, go ahead.
if their simping is bad, then the other way is to go their own way or to purchase, so they don't have to
Um,
do any simping. That's the
what
direction I was going
pisses
in.
you off more though, Art? If you're a white man, what pisses you off more than a broke black dude, or maybe not broke, but like a
I
black dude
supposed to
who's not
walk
on
off
your
with Mary.
financially level? But
I
here's the
supposed to walk
thing.
off with Mary Jane.
But here's the thing. Mary Jane is fucking a black dude that don't got your type of money or status.
Yeah, that's what he's pissed off with. He's
You
like,
see
I supposed to buy.
exactly.
Yeah,
That's my point. That's pretty much what I was trying to say. Is like that is the flip side because a, there's too many variables in life now.
mm,
What ends up happening is that some of these non-black women are attracted to black men, but they know the money's with white men, and white men know it, and it chaps their ass that their girlfriends, whether they're white, Asian, or Latino, or even black, they're dating and marrying these white dudes, but black men with swag, black women with personality, black men with charisma, you can snatch her and you don't have to have money. You know how much that chaps white men's at. I'm not talking about baller ass white dudes. Usually, you know what? Let me circle this into one thing. The picture with Leonardo DiCaprio and Jeff Bezos' girlfriend. I don't gotta say no more.
mm.
That picture right there tells you everything. Leonardo DiCaprio don't even got a fraction of what Jeff Bezos got. And look at how his girlfriend was drooling over Leonardo DiCaprio.
Mm.
I don't gotta say. And if you're a white dude and Leonardo DiCaprio is Idris Elba, you can't do nothing with that. Your money can never. And let's be honest, Jeff Bezos been going to the gym. I seen him. He got a little muscle mass now. That don't mean nothing, nigga. You ain't Leonardo DiCaprio. You ain't Idris Elba. And that is what drives white men crazy. So let's tie that back to the simp thing. There's a lot of simps. They think they can circumvent their woman's, usually black women's, natural attraction to other black men or to black men in general by being these well-off, rich-ass white dudes or like black dudes that kind of move and speak and act like upper middle class white dudes. You can't. It doesn't work. You want to know what's gonna happen? You're gonna marry her, and she's gonna be cheating on you with the pool guy. She could be
But
cheating
also
on you.
simping.
Go ahead, go
But
ahead.
isn't simping coming from a position that is not of power, so to speak, or from? Does that
I
make
don't know,
sense?
Art. I know where you're going, but I would argue there's a lot of rich ass simps with power. I would
Yeah.
argue there's some simps
Absolutely.
with some power, Art.
Right.
You know?
Absolutely.
Oh, you up here, Rob? Yeah, no, I agree
Absolutely.
with that. Go ahead. Go
I
into
think
that.
it's
Go to that.
perceived
Absolutely.
power, but go ahead.
Don't they have to lower them? They lower themselves to be simps.
Yeah.
I mean, in front of their woman, yes, but not in front of everyone else. You could be the mob boss and then be the simp in your house.
That's
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
Go ahead,
Um,
Ron. You got it. You got it.
Thanks, Kev. Peace of the panel, peace of the chat. Thanks for having me up here once again. Rest in peace
We
to
got Raw up here. All right.
rest in peace to Kevin Samuels, and my condolences to his family. Um, there's nothing more simpish in men than to not be productive.
Agreed.
It's the epitome of being a simp, because that's basically what this is really all revolving around. It's not so much that, I mean, part of it is that a woman is the center of your universe, but it's the fact that that woman being the center of your universe keeps you from being productive.
Facts.
So, um, the Great Reset is a very pivotal moment, I would say, for Black people, obviously in general, but Black men specifically, because this is the second time that Black men have had an environment in which they had the space and a time to terraform it to their liking. The other time that you had this opportunity was post Civil War, when you had the federal troops in the South protecting Black people, which gave Black people the
Reconstruction.
freedom. Reconstruction, where you had Black people, Black men, you had Black men getting political power. And then after the 1872, I think it was election, when it was a tie, and the South wanted, they gave the presidency to the Republicans in exchange to remove the federal troops. After that, that's when you had the uptick in the Klan and the Black codes, and you had 100 years until Black men specifically could exercise political power. In this particular time, technology is much more of an equalizer, and if Black men spend too much time focusing on race instead of productivity, if they spend too much time focusing on gender, we're never going to get another opportunity like this again from a collective standpoint. We're never going to get another opportunity. Um, I would, to me, a lot of the racial stuff is a distraction, because it keeps Black people in a state of trauma. It keeps them in fear of actually making a move. And so this is why there's so, there are many in these spaces that's pushing the productivity piece so hard, because we understand from a historical perspective what this means. What this really means is, there have been a lot of white people, because I see it in business all the time. You have a couple things happening. White men and white women in the corporate arena are fighting each other like a motherfucker.
Facts.
They are fighting each other like a motherfucker, because both of them are in precarious positions. White men, the one thing that I have seen in business, with white men, if they don't have, if I could point out their biggest Achilles heel, their biggest Achilles heel is that they have a hard problem. They have a big problem, a hard time giving somebody who's competent credit.
Facts.
They could be making all the money in the fucking company, and instead of playing the background and being quiet and keep getting the money, they want the accolades and the glory too. Most of the time when they're doing that though, they're doing it to a white female. They're doing it to a white female. Many of the white females they don't have the skill set that are going to be really necessary for the jobs that are present and in the future. And so you have this fight going on, especially from a management perspective. You have a lot of jockeying for power. I've seen this mentality scuttle deals that I've had on the table before, so I know this is true. Deals that was right there, ready to go, and the bullshit ensued. But I was appreciative of seeing it because it let me
Wait,
know
Raw.
what
Wait,
was.
pause, Raw. When you say the bullshit ensued, you mean between white men and white women, and you were the casualty?
Yes,
Okay,
exactly,
okay, okay.
exactly. So um, now, because the whiteness is not getting it for you. I was I was just watching on Bloomberg News today, where they were interviewing a woman from Australia in terms of how the lack of talent is affecting the business sector. And she was just talking, the woman she was interviewing was talking just from her friend who had a restaurant and how he could not even train people to be in his restaurants because he didn't have the talent pool. Because obviously he can't do it all he couldn't do it all himself. He had like 3 or 4 restaurants and it would have just burned him out. And so what you're seeing is talent being at the top of the food chain. All it takes is one particular employee, a pivotal employee, to leave your company in this day and age, and your company is pretty much toast. Like you will lose market share and you'll eventually collapse. And so when you start talking about things from a simp perspective, the ultimate simp move in this arena is men not being productive. That is the ultimate simp move, especially when the environment has opened up to you, especially as a black man. Even Officer Faulkner talked about this in terms of law enforcement. He has been on black men's ass trying to get black men in law enforcement, the military. I've heard him say it multiple times. They opened up the kingdom and gave you the keys, and you won't walk through. You won't walk through it. And so that is really true because again, the talent you have, like even here in Austin, for example, uh, Elon Musk has partnered with local governments to provide paid training. I'm seeing this in the revamping of training and development initiatives where they paying you as you in training, um, like you're working, and then there's a job waiting for you at Tesla when you finish because they need the skilled talent. And so when you have men that are so preoccupied with the female, and we understand to a certain degree that conversation is necessary, but that can't be men's full preoccupation. The men's preoccupation needs to be actually getting to the bag. That has always been the equalizer for men. And so I'm seeing it. We saw it in the last political cycle. I never thought that I would get to the point where I would see white politicians on the left demonizing white guys. It was the funniest thing ever because it let me know that whiteness does not have the cachet as it used to because the environment doesn't allow it to have that cachet anymore because the environment has changed. So when you isolate the wealthy people who already got their bag and they good, and they can weather any storm, basically you have a starting line, you have a new starting line. You have a new starting line, and white people, it's across the board. They're going to have to start at the same starting line in terms of the unskilled folks who ain't got the skill set for the new job. They have to start at the same starting line as the black people who don't have the skills, as the any Mexicans who don't have the skills. And ultimately, if we don't get to that from a collective standpoint, me personally, I just think it's finito. It's finished because that's
Raw,
ultimately where black men need to be going. Yeah.
Raw, can I tie? So what you're saying, I can tie to the Buffalo shooter. That is an 18-year-old that said, "I'll be damned if y'all have me competing against these niggas." in these Latinos, in these Asians.
See?
I'm white. I'm supposed to be on top of them. So I agree. So I'm just adding to what you're saying. Keep continue, but I'm
Yes.
just saying you're 100% right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes.
But
Yes.
isn't that's where white supremacy come in to sort of unbalance the scales for them to be able to compete?
They can only
Because
push on the. They can only put their thumb on the scale so much. They don't
Yes.
want to do it overt like it's pre 1950s anymore. That's too overt in your face. They
But
can't do that, especially with camera phones and internet. They can't do it like that no more,
No. No.
right? So
but
that's
they're
the difference. They want to put their thumbs on the scale, but they can't do it like they used to. Go ahead.
Right.
but their push is survival, because
I
the
agree.
whole thing is that they think that, I mean, according to his manifesto, it's like everyone is trying to take over, meaning not just take over position, but just them on Earth. So the fact that if we are mating with their women, they could disappear out of existence. So in his own little way, you know, he's trying to spark something to where people start to grab arms and do whatever, because you already know if he came to the real hood, it'd be on and popping,
Well,
you know.
the thing
Rob,
is,
real quick, Rob, because I'm gonna jump out the way in less than 60 seconds. That goes to perception is reality. Because last time I checked the interracial marriage numbers, only 11% of married white women are married outside of their race. So like
But he still, what about having
that's some
babies though?
insane shit. No, I'm saying you're
right.
right, Art. But once again, perception is reality. They think every white woman is hopping on white dick, and now that may be somewhat true. But when it comes to actual marriage, that's a different story, and you
Right.
can
right,
see how they like are on this like real life terroristic shit because they think their wives and their girlfriends are into us like that, and that is partially true and partially not true. Go ahead, Rob.
Well, the thing is too is that um anytime that there's um a collective failure taking place amongst a group of people, the default setting for people is to become tribal. I mean, that's for anybody.
violent.
Tribal. And I mean, in terms of getting, I mean, even if you look, even if when you look at the so-called white supremacists and their mindset, if you go to the other end of the pendulum and you look at the pro-black aspect, it's the same kind of rhetoric. And when you look at the lives of the people who echo that rhetoric on both sides, they're failing.
But
They need some ideology in terms of being supreme to make them feel good about their collective failure. That's why they gravitate towards it. That's why they do it. But if
But
you notice,
white people are used to playing a rigged game though. That's where the
what
violence is coming
hold,
from.
no,
Basically, white boys are
and
coping.
he knew he can get
white
away with it. In some
white
way, he
people
thought he can get away with it.
Yep.
white people. Hold on. When Dylan Roof shot that church up, what was the most appalling thing that we saw in the aftermath of that situation?
Was it the Burger King thing or the Apollo or the forgiveness?
The
The black people
forgiveness, the forgiveness,
apologizing. Yeah,
the
yeah.
forgiveness,
Yep,
the
I agree.
forgiveness.
Hmm.
Trauma
So
bond.
so what I'm saying is that from a political standpoint, and if you look at the history, when you look at the history of white violence on blacks, it was normal. It was usually stoked by politicians. That's what gave them the cover to be able to do it. You can't do that anymore.
Right.
You can't on one end sanction that while trying to woo a voting demographic like Mexicans, for example, and sanction that. It's just you can't do it. So that the notion of being able to get away with that stuff before, like it's not like that, like the way it used to be. That's why I was saying like they they're feeling the heat. You know what I'm saying? Because
Exactly.
they know that whiteness doesn't give them the cover the way it used to, which means there's an opening for black people, especially black men, to get
Facts.
on their shit. So you could be in a much better position to protect you and yours, going into the
Uh,
future.
Let me ask you
Actually,
this. Let me ask you this. young black men in the black community really have a rites of passage to manhood?
No,
Because
absolutely
our
not.
community
Absolutely
is
not.
Glad you said
No.
that.
anti-black.
No.
I'm glad
No.
you said that
Yeah.
because welcome to the Great Faulkner Initiative.
Oh
Oh
boy.
yeah,
How you just let Charles on and not let us know?
Yeah, I see.
because
I
I'm
saw his
black.
mic. I
Back
saw
to
his
you,
mic on.
Charles.
Yeah,
Because I'm black man.
Black
yeah.
man.
Oh,
Just
I forgot to do it. I forgot
yeah.
to do it because somebody could ask me to
Now, a
do
word
it.
from our sponsor.
hold on. Just to speak to what he was just asking about the rites of passage. That's something that I've been really actually pushing really hard in the space, which is actually lacking in Black America. This is the reason why I said the Manosphere should be it should be utilized as a rites of passage platform for Black men. That's why I've been echoing that for a couple years now.
Yeah, because when black males, especially young black males, when they show up to be hired, you can tell that nobody has taught them anything. They're not prepared. So how do
Right.
we put them out there in the
Right.
workforce, in life, where they can actually compete and be competitive?
You see that link that I just put there? I want you to download that. And that's going to be a great start. Oh yeah, by the way, because somebody in the chat's going to ask me, from Bangkok to Baltimore to Baghdad, from LA to London, put your cigars and your liquor in the air on three. 1, 2, 3. Whoa!
Woo!
Woo, bitch.
Hey, first of all, y'all just gonna let Kev get a pass for this simp harder. The first thing that came to
Symposium.
my mind was 8 Ball of MJG. Once I saw that shit, I knew what it was.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah. Let's welcome Officer Faulkner up here also, and Snake Man.
What's
Shoot,
good, Officers Wagner? What's good, panel?
My African German friend, what's going on?
Nothing much. Nothing much. Studying is going on. A little bit of free time.
The oldest sounding young man on the planet.
Thank you. I always try to be like my elders.
Like,
God. You would never think he's that young. Good Lord.
How old are you, Snake Man?
21.
huh?
Damn.
that's the German accent, bro. That's the German accent that messed
That's
y'all
the
up. That's what
German
it is.
accent, man. I went to Germany.
21.
Even Germans joke with you in such a serious tone. Like, God dang it. I
Straight
didn't know you
face
were
and
German,
all.
but that was funny as shit.
No, I
All,
just wanted
all
to speak
Germans are
on.
serious.
No, not all Germans are serious. The serious ones are the one on top. Come to Bavaria. We are known to be the ones who drinks all the time, have fun.
And you make BMWs, but go ahead.
And you
Yeah,
got
Volkswagens,
I wanted to
Porsches,
speak
everything.
on. Okay, I wanted to speak on Mr. C's thing because once again I experienced it too. Not like in America because there's actually because I'm African, so that means I always switch between two worlds, and I'm in the old world basically in Europe. There's a little bit different kind of white supremacy, but to keep it shortly, what is happening is that white boys are coping really hard right now. That's what's actually happening. Because you must understand there was a system, and in that system they always said, "Who we are playing fair, who we are competing equally," and everyone else was saying, "No, you're not." But at the time, they had the luxury don't give a fuck. And now the system is gone. Now you're actually competing fairly, equally, and you're losing. And that's why it's a cope. That's my 2 cents.
Agreed. I
Snake Man,
totally
can I
agree.
add
I
this
totally agree.
real quick, Ross?
I'm gonna say this real
It's not
quick.
even real quick, Charles. I'm gonna move out of the way in 30 seconds. It's not even that the game is still not even fair yet. It's still
Yes.
slightly in their favor,
Right.
and they're still throwing a fit, and the game is still slightly in their favor. You imagine when it actually becomes truly equal?
That is the funny thing.
I'll pause right there.
Then I always say, "Are you really surprised that women are like that? Do you think they don't see that shit?" Even with all the systems, they still are instinctually women. They see weakness a mile away. They react to it. Because to keep 100, even in the global let us say manhood sphere, let's call it manhood sphere, you are seen as very weak. Your states are strong, but as a collective, white men are seen as very weak because he was the only one who actually implemented feminism that shoots you on your own foot. You know how weak that makes you in the eyes of the man of the
Exactly.
world.
Exactly.
Facts.
I would
Here's
say
my
vulnerable, but not weak,
here's
because
my
they still holding power around the world. You got to acknowledge that at least.
but
True. I mean,
No.
So that's why I say it's a
Hold on.
state.
No,
mm,
there are white men in certain positions who hold in power. They ain't holding shit.
yeah, you talking about
That's
this? Yeah, the
they
Elons of
ain't
the world.
holding
Yeah,
you
shit.
gotta
yeah,
look
yeah,
I
at
yeah.
promise you they
Mm-hmm.
not. No, they not.
Mm-hmm.
you gotta look at it this way, right? Reality is hitting these motherfuckers harder than the primary wars.
Agreed. Agreed.
You said Mike Tyson hit him upside the head?
Nah, I'm talking
Sam
about
Ray
Ray Lewis.
Lewis.
I'm talking about when I'm talking about when Chad Johnson tried to come at Ray and he laid his ass down. And trust me, go look at it. I'm gonna say this because one, if you haven't seen my live stream, go see it. It's a banger. It's a bop, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You gotta
Bop
understand,
is young. You too old for that shit. Let it go. Keep going.
nigga. You the only 30-year-old man, skinny jeans wearing, with some platform shoes, having
I don't
motherfuckers.
understand what your problem is. What you trying to say?
Just keep your testicles out your
And
front
your
pocket.
point is, sir?
That both you and your girl shopping Forever 21. But
Look,
anyway,
I'm about to be a whole millennial and be like,
Get your hand out
teacher,
my pocket.
I'm being bullied.
Get your hand out my pocket.
Right?
and I'm gonna tell you the same thing my teachers
Teacher
told me.
Kevin.
I'm gonna tell you the same thing my teachers told me. Fuck you and your safe spaces.
Right? Keep going, keep going.
But I'm sick and tired of black people not getting the training, not arming up, and putting
Right.
themselves in a position of safety. Get the emergency medical training. Learn how to do first aid, CPR. Learn
Hmm.
how to do shit that's gonna prolong our goddamn lives. Yes,
Facts.
I don't give a fuck if you're in California, New York. You go tell your fuck. You go raise hell. If you in New York City and other places, why can't we protect ourselves against a criminal threat? Like I said before, right now, the way society is in most of these urban or metropolitan areas is that you only have two entities with guns. That's the criminals and the government, and usually there comes a time where you can't trust either.
Yep.
Right.
And
Do you
sad to
really
say,
think the black community is ready for a blowback from white people when they start losing power, though?
guess what? I'm gonna tell you the same thing my grandfather told me, and he just turned 90, and you would never guess it by looking at him. He said, "Look, you know the reason why this family farm stayed here so long and we still have it is because it's not uncommon for an 11-year-old boy and his family and his 12 sisters and brothers got to come out the window grabbing whatever guns they got and being trigger pullers."
Hmm.
See, a lot of times, I'm going to tell you the philosophy that I learned on warfare and being a police officer. Sometimes, in order to save life, you might have to be called upon to take one.
Hmm.
Facts.
Self-preservation's a motherfucker. I'm going to tell you that. See, the problem is this. I said it before and I'm going to say it again. I want a renaissance of the warrior class back in the black society.
Exactly.
These feminists can say what the fuck they want. Well, the patriarchy. Shut up, bitch, because you living off of it. And that's what black men need to fucking say. Look, you enjoying that nice job? Guess what? That white boy come down there and say, fuck you, get out this fucking thing, I'm gonna fucking shoot you. What you gonna do? You ain't standing there and fight. You expecting the men to do it. All these women can take all this patriarchal against the patriarchal shit and shove it down their own damn throats. Because once Once I tell you, go over there to Ukraine and go kick some ass, you shut the fuck up immediately because you know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Look at all these women, with the exception of the older ones who were married. Look at all these women who were unprotected.
I
This is a
suck your
result.
dick.
Boy,
This is
they was getting on TV. Hold on,
this is a direct.
they was getting on TV saying they couldn't protect their bodies, man. And y'all know what I mean when I say that.
That's
Yep.
why I just said what I said, Raw.
Think about that, right? Think about that.
And
It's a
that wasn't
direct
that
result
wasn't no
of
black
you.
men either. They wasn't talking about no black men either.
Yep. This is called a direct result of black girl magic. You're not so magical when the bullets fly. You're not so magical. You're not so magic and talking all that I am woman, hear me roar. When you see old boy with an AR and a fucking body armor, you know what time it is.
Wait a minute, Charles. Pause right there. Pause right there, because we got Snake Man in here. What happened to all those African tribes that thought that bullets were shit? What happened to all of them that thought that their voodoo or their magic or whatever would have stopped the bullets? What happened to them? Snake Man, you want to answer that for me, please?
The white man took it and called it medicine.
No, it's a diet. No. The funny thing is, it's still the spirituality is still there, and that makes the same fight. Because my father was I think a doctor, a shaman, some shit, and I asked straight to shaman. So when I take my Glock and shoot it in the head, does the ancestor spirits protect you?
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
he said no. And then I said to my father, "Why the fuck are we wasting money on that shit?"
Look, like I said, it's black woman magic, like Charles was saying, black girl magic. That sound good, but when bullets are flying and when people are getting laid down, that shit goes out the window. All that seance and look, I'm Haitian descent. All that voodoo, all that shit sound good until you get hit with a shell from an AK or from an AR-15 or from a sawed off.
Or from a tank.
Well, that's Rod. You went way too far. That shit tearing off body part.
You know what?
That's way
You
too
know
far.
what? Do me a favor. Do me a favor. I like the comment that says, what did it say?
A
It
tank
says
will rip you apart. That's a whole different
we don't
ball
have the
game.
common morals, values, and standards to have a unified warrior culture. Bullshit. The United States does it every fucking day.
I don't. You know what the problem is, Charles? I don't think people know how many countries the U.S. has
Under
air
control.
quotes different people in right now. If you know what I'm saying, right? That's the problem. The average American doesn't know how many theaters the American military is actually in right now. That's
120,
not called war. It ain't war, air quotes, but they're there.
120 a year to 130 at most.
Mm-hmm.
And how many countries got? Like 200 and something? Like early 200s, 220, something like that? And we're in over half of those countries. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And that is the reason why, because when people wonder why many people don't like America, it's every time something goes wrong. It's not even when something goes right or something happens.
Right.
When you follow back some money, there's some decrepit white boy, a white American hand on that shit.
They call it foreign policy, though.
Say that again. Okay, let me answer this question. Somebody asked me Haitian, so what are your thoughts on Haitian and Caribbean women? When they come to America, America light, ask Raw. Raw was married to a Haitian woman, ask them. Pretty much the same thing by the time if they were raised and grown up here, it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
You get like America diet.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same thing.
African too. Yeah. But
Yeah.
see the thing is that I might need to mute up. Like I said before, man, it's like Shelby Still said, man. He said black people been fighting for freedom for so long. He was like, now that we finally got it, we don't know what to do with it. And see, that's really what the issue is. We spend so much time trying to relitigate an ass whooping that's already taken place. I mean, we've taken ass whoopings in the past. You can't unkick your ass. You look at it to see where you went wrong, and you plot a course forward so you don't never put yourself in a position to be done like that again. That's where we are right now. We're in a position right now to say, okay, because these motherfuckers ain't got the skills. So this shit ain't about the whiteness no more. So instead of being caught up on the race shit, because truth be told, like a lot of, because I've asked people this question before, like especially a lot of pro-blacks, like, well, if you was in the same position, would you do the same thing? Well, yeah, I would. Okay, so let's stop with the moral shit and let's get on some code type shit, because again, we have much more favor than we used to before. There used to be a time where there used to be animosity amongst American blacks and people on the continent, for example. Now we've been in these spaces long enough to have conversations with people from the continent. And what a lot of us have realized is, especially from in terms of building with men, a lot of those men are open to that possibility. Mike V from the Black Brain Trust, he's touched down in Africa multiple times, going to tech conferences and talking to people, and they're saying, "Hey, man, y'all need to come over here and do business with us, man." So we have an opening that we've never not really had before. Although people like Booker T. Washington opened up lines of communication back in his time, we've done it before. Now we just have much more of an opportunity, man, to take advantage, because these fools are distracted. These fools are distracted because that's why they ODing so much out here. Because again, they're used to a certain lifestyle that they're used to being able to have just based on whiteness. Now they have to compete for that shit. Now, shit that they used to just get easily, now they have to compete for that shit. So now we've already shown that the only impediment to us building has been white racist interference. We have always shown the ability to build, to create. We created the fucking lottery, Black Wall Street, all type of shit.
Hey, Rayo.
The whole lunch system, the whole
Rayo.
breakfast system, Rayo. Add that too.
Do me a favor, Rayo. Repeat after me. Black girl magic only exists due to
White centrifuge,
forced black boy mediocrity,
yep,
white boy interference, and white girl subterfuge. Right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is actually black girl magic? What is it?
Oh, why did you say that, Stink Man? You just opened the whole can. Go ahead,
It's
Charles.
called basically. You ever seen somebody who basically is a fuck up but gets rewarded? Like, you ever been in school and the fuck up still gets a lollipop and still gets to go to recess, but you still got
Let me sum it up for you. Let me sum it up for you. White supremacist society is putting the thumb on the scales in the black community and choosing winners or losers, and they chose black women to be the winners.
Yes,
that's it.
Hold on. What Charles said is a great analysis, because I'm gonna go back to even elementary school. This is how ingrained this shit is, especially from the liberal aspect. I remember being in elementary school. I was in the 7th grade, and there was this dude in class named Johnny. He was a funny dude. He you remember how when we were younger, when it was somebody time to read in class and they couldn't read, we'd be laughing at him and shit. He was one of those types. So
Stuttering Stanley.
Yeah. So, but he would do shit in class to annoy people, plucking shit at people, and you know what I'm saying. So, I grew up with my dad, so I knew how to carry myself in class and act accordingly and shit. So when you would go off on him, the teacher wouldn't take your side. Our teacher wouldn't take our side. She would always take up for this dude. And you'd be like, this motherfucker is causing the problems. But from a power perspective, those are the very types of black people that keep racists in power. The ones they nestle up to, that they cover with the soft bigotry of low expectations.
Facts.
And say, hey, don't hold him accountable, don't hold her accountable. They don't know any better. And it's like, well, when there wasn't white interference in the black community, if that motherfucker was out there in the public and did some dumb shit, the community would have whooped his ass. And then when he got home and his family found out about it, they would have whooped his ass too. And that's the difference. You have that white liberal interference in terms of black people as a collective being able to hold motherfuckers accountable. But now it's at a point now that it's either sink or swim at this fucking point. Because like the nineties was the last decade where you could get away with below average intelligence. And that was for anybody. That's for anybody. The only thing that carried white people through up until the recession was whiteness.
That's all.
White people got their fucking
Institution.
wake up call in 2007 and 2008. It ain't never
When
going
they
back to what it used to be back then. Period. So white men got their he session in
let me
2007,
back up Rayo real
2008.
quick.
Hold on. Let me finish this. Hold on, let me finish the last point.
Okay, okay.
White men got their he session in 2007, 2008. White women got their she session in 2020 during the pandemic. That's it. That's it. So now the great reset is the great equalizer. And like I said earlier before Charles came on, Charles been talking about the law enforcement, the military, get into the fucking military, all these skills and tech skills that you want to learn, the military will pay for. Man, this is the time where niggas need to be signing up like a motherfucker, like they the goddamn Tuskegee Airmen or some shit. It's time to get on code. Like it is. Ain't no time to be fucking around because that opening is there. But if black people allow themselves to get distracted by racial shit in the media all the time, they're gonna be emotional. They're gonna let white people regroup, gather the skills they need, and then still steamroll over their ass.
Let me say this. Tying to the subject matter, simp hard, simp harder. We're going through the fourth industrial revolution. We are still in the beginning of it. I know we see a lot of technological marvels coming about. This is just the beginning.
Mhm.
And Ra's 100% right. You got to jump on this shit now and establish yourself now. Because the companies that are being established now are not going to be 100-year-old, 200-year-old companies.
Mm-mm.
They're going to be 1,000-year-old companies. The Amazons of the world, if they get a foothold, if we colonize Mars, and by the way, that's not that far-fetched. It can happen in our lifetime. Do you understand how big Jeff Bezos' children and grandchildren would be? Fuck the Waltons. Do you understand how big this is going to be? What women may not be able to vocalize it as well as we do in this particular space, but they feel the atmosphere changing. That's why they're throwing a tantrum. And they're pulling every stop they can to pull in the simps to save them. Here's the trick. You can't tell the simp that he's your lifeboat. You still got to talk to him and treat him like he ain't shit, right? The second the simp realizes how important he is to you and your survival, low-key, he's no longer a simp. Because eventually his language starts changing. He stops placating, right? We are going through a different era in life. We're either going to go through Star Trek or The Matrix. And that's up to men. That's not up to women.
Transitional.
I think we're gonna go.
You think we're going to go through both? Well, that's possible. I wanted to draw a big ass dichotomy, but I agree with that, Charles. It could be both. That's even scarier. Oh man, that's horrific, by the way. But the extremes. If we're going to talk about the extremes, we're either going to go through Star Trek or The Matrix.
Yeah, I agree
And
with
that's
Charles because
up
it's
to
gonna be
men.
really ugly. It's gonna be really ugly. We're gonna see family members. We're gonna see family members disintegrate. That's how bad
Well,
this is gonna be.
that's
It's
a
gonna be
social
that bad.
dystopia. So
Yeah.
me and Nameless kind of play around with Nameless and PK, and now Rael and Charles kind of play with that thought also, and that's frightening, right? The Matrix and let's say Judge Dredd and Star Trek at all simultaneously. Think about all those. Goddamn, what was the name of that movie from the 80s? I can't remember the name of this shit.
Probably Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. Goddamn,
Blade
good,
Runner.
Charles. Good, yes,
Blade
Blade
Runner.
Runner.
Mhm.
All of these social dystopia movies. So your technology is going to be A1, right? You're going to be able to to travel to China in a couple of minutes type thing. That's cool. But if your social situation is fucked, you know what that means? That means, and I gotta stress this. I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta put this out. I'm sorry to interrupt. That means that the elite will still be getting married. Now, do they believe in marriage the way we do now? Fuck no. But it's still gonna be a status symbol. So they will still get married and have their children in these particular nuclear families, and the rest of us will be freestyling and bullshitting around. And you will be designated as the worker class. Now, the worker class now isn't the worst thing in the world. The worker class in 200 years will be,
Yeah.
right? So you gotta establish yourself now. We're going through a different paradigm. I agree with Ryan 100%. This is the time. The window is only open for so long. You let that window close, and that window don't open for another what millennia, maybe
1,000 years.
But you see what I'm saying?
I'm
So
gonna say this to that.
Man, so the
I'm gonna say
future
this
for
to
Americans
that
don't look good.
because
yeah,
in all reality, right? I want to tell you how vulnerable Black America is. Truly, it's ridiculously
Very.
bad. One white boy put you through so much chaos that none of the men, none of the women, nobody in the community could have dealt with that. That motherfucker could have held the police to a standstill, if not taken some of them out. He only stopped because he wanted to. Thank God for that brave retiree police officer who was working security. Because if he didn't return fire, that motherfucker would have killed a whole lot more people.
Yeah, he sure would
facts.
have.
I agree
And
with that.
what's
Hold on, hold
shameful,
on. He stopped because he was shot at?
Yes.
in other
Yeah,
words,
he was shot
Man,
at. He was shot at.
when he returned fire, that gave enough people to get away. See, that's why during active shooters, not saying I'm an expert in it, but actually I am. But you got to realize when you're an active shooter, you got to eliminate the threat. You got to eliminate that goddamn threat. And with the more time you put in lead down range on his ass, the more people you can save, the more people can get away.
Mm-hmm.
And
He
for
would have
some
been
odd
dead, but
reason,
he had body armor on.
yeah. And that's why,
You'll still get broke up.
personally, like I said before, head shots or pelvic shots. I don't know too many motherfuckers, if any, that's gonna survive. That's gonna want to fight after I shoot you in the pelvis.
Yeah, no.
And I'm gonna tell you, like I said, for my security firm, motherfuckers getting trained. Motherfuckers are gonna have rifles. Sorry, yeah, I'm hiring young Black men. Since motherfuckers want to talk about the community, I'm hiring young Black men, giving them training, and you're gonna get the responsibility of protecting your community once again. Like I said, I'm bringing back a renaissance of the warrior culture. If I gotta be the old man to plant trees whose shade I will not see, so fucking be it. I made my peace with a lot of shit. Okay? And that's the problem with most Black men nowadays. You haven't made your peace to put a little bit extra into the world to say, you know what? I may not live to see it, but I know my son is gonna be great. I know my grandchildren are gonna be great. You need to get out of this fucking rugged individualism because that's basically what the fuck it is. That's basically what the fuck it is. It's this bullshit. When the fuck did rugged individualism ever work for Black folks?
You in my bag right now, Charles. I need you to get out of it.
Well, the thing is what I've been saying so much in this space is the rites of passage. Look, white people spent a lot of time in societies, whether it was in what's known as Australia, South
Facts.
America,
Mm-hmm.
Africa, especially
Mm-hmm.
studying rites of fucking passage
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
extensive research. You're not even considered a man until you go through some form of rites of passage.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you got so many dudes out here with a fucking boy psychology because the most fundamental aspect to me of the rites of passage This is what I love when I read this shit. Was that once you went through your rites of passage, it didn't matter if you was 10, 12, or 15. Once you went through your rites of passage, you no longer was considered your mama's son. You weren't her child no more. You was your own man. Your masculinity stood upon itself, not in connection with your birth mother being your mom. Like you
Sounds
was your own
sacrilegious
man.
to me, sir.
So because you were needed for the group at that point. So they had to
Mm,
usher you into your manhood and ultimately your masculinity. Because when they went on them hunts, and let's say for example it was a group, and they started realizing people was coming up missing, and then somebody said, yo, it's a bear 10 miles out there. They eating us. Y'all had to
mm,
go 15, 20 deep, and that's
mm-hmm.
where you got your masculine frame. And so when you see that, when y'all kill that motherfucking bear, the psychology of that shit, it changes you. You different. When you see a big ass fucking bear on the ground and y'all skinning that motherfucker, and now one of the men made a pelt out of that shit, taking on the essence of the strength of the fucking bear and shit like that. What you see a lot of times in the
Shout
Native
out to
American,
Bravestar, Strength of the Bear.
right? Yeah, in the Native American culture, that shit made you different. You saw the world
Mm-hmm.
differently. You never saw the world as a boy again. You saw the world through the eyes of a man at that point, and
Never saw innocent once again.
that's what's needed, man.
I'm gonna tell you, Ryle, go listen to Outlaw Star in the poem called, and the poem is called um
Oh, Lost Star the anime? That's my like favorite
yeah,
anime.
and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it
That's my
talks
favorite
about
anime.
You said Lost Star
So tell
what?
me this: if white
Outlaw
people was
Star.
to
Outlaw
step
Star.
down tomorrow,
Outlaw Star, and it
Mm-hmm.
starts with and it's
You,
basically tells the story of all men being boys. It starts off, a boy has a right to dream.
you mean the outro?
The intro, a
The
boy has a,
intro. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah, yeah.
and
Because there
trust
was
me,
two different outros. Yeah, yeah. You're
that's
right.
one of the deepest. Well, anime's always been deep, but
Mm-hmm.
that's one of the deepest things you will ever hear about masculinity. They even
Mm-hmm.
talk about when a boy becomes a man, there's certain things in his childhood he has to bid farewell.
Mm-hmm.
See, a lot of niggas don't understand that concept because there is some
Mm-hmm.
shit that you gotta bid farewell.
Yep.
I agree.
Some
so
gonna have
tell
to
me
say,
this, tell me this. So if all white people was to step down tomorrow, would black men be ready to take the steering wheel as CEOs, as leaders of institutions?
Mm,
well, well,
I would say
no,
no. I would say
no.
well,
no.
I'm gonna tell you the truth about that. I'm gonna tell you the truth about that. Guess what? Even allowing white people to fuck up the planet for 400 years, that's
Mm,
our chance to fuck up.
You know. Let me
mm.
get in there with this. If you're talking about globally, I would argue no one's ready.
Just
We've
in the
got
U.S.,
we
just say the
people of
U.S.
color. Or if you say U.S., yeah, we're definitely not ready. And I think there's other groups that might be ready. There's certain Jewish people that are ready. There's East Asians and South Asians that are ready. But if you talk about globally,
I want
Jewish
to be
no.
a
people already
power.
running it.
And it's
If I
because
want to be a
we've gotten.
politician,
You
see
even
what?
see it real quick, Charles. You even see it with how the U.S. and the European Union kind of play this game. The European Union and NATO, generally speaking, NATO, let me know if you even focus on the European Union. NATO, if the US pull out of NATO, there is no NATO. It don't exist. The power is with the US. Same thing with the United Nations. When what's his name? Is it John Bolton, which was the UN ambassador under George W. Bush.
Mhm.
When Iraq was happening and he was chastising them, he said something along the lines of like, when we move, you move. There is no NATO without, excuse me, there is no United Nations without us. And he was right. So globally, if the US was to snap, Thanos snap, not have the military might and the wherewithal anymore, China could barely step up, but not even really. Like, I don't think y'all understand Charles could speak to this, the might of the US between the even this is one of the most open kept secrets in the world. Charles already know where I'm going.
What's
Even
it?
the navigation system of the planet is based off of US. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
even joking. You see what I'm saying? So like if the US was to Thanos snap, become like a lesser power tomorrow, the entire global economy wouldn't disappear, but pretty much slowly grind to a halt. Because the
Yeah.
US is that crucial and that
I'm gonna tell
important.
you.
Everything
I'm gonna
from
tell
your
you what.
petrodollar to everything is US based. Go ahead, Charles.
I'm gonna tell you what. See, being an American, a lot of people don't understand the totality when it comes to the earth-shaking power of the United States. Very few countries in the world can dictate that you're gonna fucking take my dollar regardless of what the fuck you think. You don't. Tell me what other country that can stand against the U.S. militaristically. If you say China, shut the fuck up.
None.
They don't know.
Because
China has what, all of 2 aircraft carriers. They had to create a special hypersonic missile to take out US aircraft carriers, and even that they don't have a lot of. So
and guess
in other
what?
words, because I'm sorry, Charles, you went in my bag, so I gotta rant. I'm sorry, y'all. The issue is people really sleep and I have these conversations with a lot of disinfected people that were born here or that are non-ADOS, and they're so annoyed with US hegemony, and I'm like, you don't really understand US hegemony. You don't really know how powerful the US is. Like, you don't get it. You've never seen an aircraft carrier. You don't understand. That's like a town. That's a fucking town on a boat.
On a
What
boat.
they call it, the
You don't get it.
fortress.
You see what I'm saying?
A floating
And then not
fortress.
only that, that's a town with fucking fighter jets on a boat.
Mhm.
Right.
You
We
see what I'm
got
saying?
we got cities in America that cannot. We have aircraft carriers that have more of a population than cities in America.
Right.
Well, towns, but yeah,
Yeah.
Now,
for real,
there's some
for
cities,
real.
and I'm gonna tell you what. Let's be super serious. Our tech always came out the military. That tells you how advanced we were. We will spend trillions, I mean trillions upon dollars. Fuck your education. It's military all the way. But yet, black people who, it's like when I talk about people from DC, how they're like 5 years behind on the South. That's what I think of black people. You're like 20, 30 years behind on the times. I
Right.
ain't going to do no white man's military. You stupid son of a bitch. You were the
Mm,
first person to defend the country and die for it.
Crispus Attucks.
So
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
it's your military way before it's any white boys. Hell, majority
Hmm.
of white boys you probably come across only go back 2 to 3 generations deep. But you so stupid and so ignorant to listen to these dumb motherfuckers saying it's a white boy military. The only reason they're telling you this is because they don't want you to take their job when you're more capable and qualified than them.
Facts.
So,
Yeah, and
Charles,
David Goggins. Anyone?
eh,
Anybody heard of David Goggins?
yeah,
Kev, Charles, and Rael, real quick.
Shit.
Charles, explain to these people how frightened a country is when a aircraft carrier, because they don't know what a nuclear submarine is, but they know it's there. They don't know where it is. The whole squad, the aircraft
You
carrier,
don't even, let me
how
tell you.
frightened are those countries when they see that pull up on their coast?
Let me tell you how frightening the military is. Right, black veterans who were out the military scared the shit out of the Klan.
Yes.
Just the training alone. The formalized training of military service is devastating. I'm going to tell you what. You don't know who I know because there are guys in SOCOM who live in the Baltimore area who all I got to do is say, hey, I need you to consult me on this, and they'll do it. Hell, some of them do it free of charge. I will tell you, shout out to Richard Makalenko, who just passed not too long ago. He was the creator of SEAL Team 6 and also the creator of Red Cell. These motherfuckers would go to military bases to exploit their weaknesses to show how secure or lack of security they truly have. Do you know if I had about 100 special forces operatives I could take over your fucking city.
Mm-hmm.
One trained expert marksman can pin down probably your police department, or at least a good district.
It sure could.
You telling me that we send over we don't even have to send an aircraft carrier. We could send our B-12s, our stealth bombers, which you wouldn't know if they were there. They basically
Point.
we basically mastered how to be in the sky almost indefinitely. And God forbid, we were talking about Star Wars during the time of Reagan, which was 40 some odd years ago. And today, we probably will see, most likely we'll see motherfuckers set up bases in Mars. Nigga, we literally got a space force.
Shout out to Donald Cheeto and Space Force, baby.
We got a space force now. That tells you how advanced militaristically we truly are. We are Rome on steroids and fucking gamma rays, okay? When you talk about military might, Julius Caesar would cry and he would ejaculate on himself if he could see fucking United States.
Charles, real quick question. Who was it? Was it Sweden or Norway or Switzerland? One of them had a submarine. They were kind of playing the war games with our U.S. fleet, one of our fleets, and they took out the whole damn squadron of the aircraft carrier and the frigates and everything. You know how? Let me tell you how real the U.S. military is. They rented that submarine and they made sure they found a way to take it down. In other words, what I'm saying is, oh, you found our weakness. We want to continue to hire you in your fleet, and now we're gonna figure out what we need to do. We gotta patch up that hole. We gotta figure. And this is war games, right? This is how real. This is how the U.S. moves. I can even tie that back to the simp and simp harder thing. A lot of these simps are speaking old school. They think we still in the 1980s or 1970s or something. I'm not even gonna say the 90s because that's not true. The 1980s or 1970s. And when they speak, they don't try to patch up the holes in black relationships. They turn around and blame black men for everything. They refuse to take into account the power dynamics between black men and black women are not a one-to-one of white men and white women, and nor have they ever been. That's one of the major issues we have with Jamal Bryant, with Creflo Dollar, with Michael Eric Dyson, with Barack Obama, is that when these people speak, they speak as if though the black community is a perfect shadow of the white community, and our power dynamics between men and women are exactly the same, and it's never been the same.
But
You have,
the problem is,
go ahead.
they know that.
Go ahead.
They know that that's where they get the money from. I've dealt with Jamal Bryant and his slimy, ashy lip, bum ass motherfucker. Okay. This motherfucker had a baby from a 18-year-old girl. So you already do the math of how old she was.
Whoa, wait, Charles. Wait. Before you go wrong. Wait. Say that again. I never knew that. Say that again. He had a what?
This motherfucker, his father-in-law said that he probably got about 5 kids out of wedlock.
Wow.
And there's 2 confirmed.
Wait, Charles, please. Ayo, try to say, Ayo, what you know? Say it. Go ahead.
I said, and this some of my bitch got the audacity to talk about Kevin Samuels? R.I.P.
No. See, this is what you get.
Wow.
This city, because this is where he's from. Okay? Jamal Bryant used to have his wife and all his side bitches on the front pew of Empowerment Temple.
Wow. What did you just say to me?
Wait a
minute.
Why do you think he was a perfect fit for fucking Bishop Eddie Long's church?
Yeah, he took over a new birth.
Wait a minute. Wait, we get some truths tonight. Wait a minute.
You didn't listen to my live stream?
I heard you say that, but I didn't believe it. I thought you were joking.
You thought I was serious. Why do you think when he went to the Mount Street projects, when the Freddie Gray shit went down?
I was just about to say that. They was on his ass.
They were on his. Say what you want about Baltimore. Real recognize real, and if you're not, get the fuck out of here.
Real recognize real, granddad, and you
Yeah,
looking
they
real
was on his
unfamiliar
ass,
right
boy.
now.
Look, I don't know you. You know,
Right?
I don't know y'all niggas. I don't know y'all bitches. Sorry.
Wow. Wait a minute. So you telling me Jamal Bryant probably got a couple? Let's say probably. Let's give it plausible deniability. Probably got a couple of baby mamas. Number one, he had an 18-year-old pregnant, and the congregation is still letting this nigga come on stage and say shit.
He had the baby at 18.
Wow. What? She had the baby at 18, which means she might have been pregnant at 17.
Yes.
Why are your pastors in Eastern Nigeria? Our pastors are scumbags and they're proud.
Oh
of
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. South African and Nigerian pastors are on another level. I agree. Go ahead, Snake Man,
Yeah.
speak on it.
Yeah, but they're proud of that shit. They don't hide it. They openly
Yeah.
say, "Yeah, I have 7 wives, and what's the point?"
Yeah. Hey, I will say this though, real quick. I will say this. When I see American black pastors and American white pastors, because don't get it twisted, the white pastors on some slimy shit too.
Oh, yeah.
The only people outdoing them, maybe, is South Africans and Nigerians.
Yeah.
God damn, them South
Them
African
niggas on a
Nigerian
whole nother
pastors,
level.
they on a whole nother level, bro. God damn,
Scummy level.
bro.
Because they don't have no laws. They don't have laws against them like that, like you do in the United States.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
They got straight freedom to reign to just do whatever they want to do.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna tell you what makes it worse about Jamal Bryant. Did you ever take a look at his wife?
No, I never seen his wife. I never looked
His
at her.
wife was shit. His wife used to be a fucking model. You can see on Real Lives of Potomac, Maryland.
Yeah, I've seen her on that show before.
Wait, she was on Real Lives of one of those type of Real Lives of Orange County type shows.
Real Housewives of Potomac, the Washington D.C. area.
What, bro? What are you telling me right now, Charles? This dude is even more scandalous than I thought.
The man
what the fuck?
This dude.
Yeah, I think. Hold on, but I think him and Kevin's a part of the same fraternity, right, Charles?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, he's a Kappa?
Yeah, and they got on his neck too. They got on his motherfucking neck.
I'm gonna tell you what. From what I heard,
he's a Kappa. Oh,
they got on his neck, bro.
I heard the grapevine.
It all makes sense why he was dissing Kevin.
So he low-key celebrating Kevin Samuel's death with black women, and he's a Kappa like Kevin. Oh, nigga, ooh, that's sacrilegious, bro.
You know the Kappas jumped in his ass.
Oh yeah, as they should.
There were phone calls made. Because I even seen like a lot of shit. If you're part of the mix, you already know. If you please go, if you go to the mix group, and I'm gonna tell you, a lot of that shit. There's a lot of people who were fraternity brothers to Kevin who made calls, and a lot of y'all brothers don't understand. We need to stop. I'm gonna say this again. We need to stop everybody shitting on our heroes. We need to stop people shitting on our legends.
I'm pretty sure some of them dudes was ready to roll up on him, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
He didn't make no apology just because niggas said, "Could you please stop this shit?" Niggas was like, "Yo." I'm pretty sure niggas was like, "Yo,
we'll run up in that church mid sermon.
Come out and publicly apologize when we come and see you." For real.
Yeah. Because guess what?
Kevin
had a lot of love from not just high value men, political leaders, lawyers, doctors, just regular on the street dudes in Atlanta was giving him props and respect for teaching the truth.
Yeah.
I'll say this to that.
Jason, hold on.
Go.
Jason Whitlock, he dedicated 2 shows to fucking
an hour-long show. Yep.
He dedicated 2 shows. He said the Manosphere gave him the confidence to strike out on his own instead of going the corporate media route. He said it was the Manosphere that did it.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man.
Let's call a thing a thing. This is real quick, Charles. This is a thing, right? If we're gonna tie this to simp and simp harder, we're not just talking about the women. Rod just opened a whole different conversation about simping to these politicians and these different political parties and simping to the corporations. If you're gonna talk about simping and you're gonna talk about what Kevin allowed us to see with his, with him focusing on black women for the past, 2 or some odd years, he opened a lot of our minds to something that I think the Western world, primarily America, wasn't ready for. Remember, it wasn't just black men watching him. Kevin
Nope.
showed us that these women, and no matter their education, no matter their income level or their wealth, they really don't mean right by you. And I don't think our society and our system was ready for black men specifically, but men in general, to be woken up to that so viscerally. We the system was not ready for that, right? And that's another reason why a lot of sisters were celebrating his death, because they think it ended with him. What they don't understand is that, as a matter of fact, in reality, you really witnessed the death of the Derrick Jacksons of the world when Kevin died. That was it. There is no more. Bro, when we saw Kevin pass and we saw y'all dance on his grave, the Simps got a wake up call that there is no winning, bro. You don't win in the long run.
Mrs. Z, Miss
Go
hold on,
ahead, go
Mrs.
ahead.
Z. My home,
One
hold
thing.
on, Charles, hold on, Charles. My homie in Atlanta,
Mhm.
he sent me a text yesterday of a group in Facebook called Rebuilding Masculinity, inspired by Kevin Samuels.
Wow. Mhm.
Like, they don't understand. Like, y'all are, y'all are going to immortalize this man with all the hate.
They
Because
already did.
it's a lot of dudes who secretly, they finally, every video that I see that's talking about it. I was looking at Rolo Tomasi video earlier today. Every fucking comment, and it's mostly white dudes. I love Kevin. Kevin was the man. Kevin helped me be a better man. These are white fucking dudes. These are white dudes saying this shit.
So
Mhm.
Kevin
That
becomes a
that that
snake.
lets you that lets you know that earlier in the conversation we was talking about who was the most simple. White dudes have been the most simplest motherfuckers
Facts,
out here.
100% facts.
I'm,
100% facts.
They needed
I'm,
they needed Kevin more than a lot of these other motherfucking black dudes did.
I'm gonna say something to that, right?
Mhm.
I remember, shout out to Art New Style.
After that, I think Snake Man was trying to get in after you, Charles. Go ahead.
All right. Shout out to
Mhm.
Art New Style for playing that classic BGS Coliseum when it was Angry Man, myself, Art, and a few others just
I
chilling with
was
Kevin. And and it was funny. We all admit this guy, we were talking about style, just all kinds of shit. And the point that I'm making, I wish Mr. Z sent me a message on Facebook because it's funny. I
Hey,
just
I don't
want
trust Mark Zuckerberg like that. I only got Instagram and I hate Facebook.
I just
Y'all
want
trust
you
that
to
short ass elf if y'all want to.
I just want to see. I just want you to see the
Mhm.
vitriol these bitches had for Kevin Samuels.
Oh, I know it's
And I
serious.
said, and
I know.
I said to them, y'all do know Kevin was not even a carrot. He was fruit. What's
Mhm.
coming back is a battle axe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because the next motherfucker coming up big, he don't give a fuck about you bitches.
Mm.
I don't know if it's gonna be me, Brian Z, the lead attorney.
It ain't me. I'm
Me.
not charismatic enough.
I don't know who the fuck is next to get that spotlight. But
Probably MTR.
I'm gonna tell you, if I even get close to that shit, I am doing Order 66. And I will
Not order 66.
Execute order number 66
I'm gonna
daily.
be so
Daily.
I'm gonna be so unmerciless to you bitches. Just because of what you did to Kevin. Just because of what you do to your sons and your brothers, your
Facts.
husband, and your
Facts.
father. Fuck you. And I'm
Mm.
gonna say, fuck, I pray to God that every man ignores you. Bitch, may your hair hurt forever.
There's nothing I want more. That's all I want is our indifference. I don't even want us to curse them out. I don't want us to
But
speak to them
the
crazy. All I want is our indifference. That
Z
alone. Go ahead, Snake Man.
Charles will talk. What
Go
about this
ahead.
damn 2 or 3 months? Until brothers take the goddamn pussy up the negotiating table. As long as we know it's gonna be brothers that keep their goddamn pussy on the negotiating table, we gonna have a whole lot of backsliding still going on.
That's
Till it
not gonna
comes back.
last too much longer though, AO. That I'm listening to Z's talk. When you listen to Pookie talk, when you listen, well, JoJo's in a relationship, but when you listen to JoJo talk, when you listen to a lot of these young men under the age of 25, they not with the bullshit, bro. They
Dude,
not with
I'm
it.
telling
Go ahead,
you,
Snake
I'm
Man.
here in Texas. Hold on, I'm here in
Hmm.
Texas. And when I go out and I see young brothers, they got everything on their arm but a black chick. I'm
I
telling
agree.
you.
Yep,
They
I see it
got
too.
everything. I'm here in
I'm,
Austin,
back,
bro.
I'm down here in the Long Star too. He ain't lying. He's telling the truth
I'm
because
trying to
they
tell
do it.
you, it's
But see,
it's look, it's something what
they
you were
need to
saying
start
earlier, Mr.
asking
Z. I
for us
wanted,
old dudes to just fuck them off. That's all.
yeah,
That's
it
what
was some
people understand.
it was something you were saying, Mr. Z, earlier.
Hmm.
I said this, man, probably about 10 years ago.
Hmm.
The one thing that they never planned for, that they never saw coming, was that black men would be willing to walk away.
Facts. I
They
agree.
never saw that coming. They
That's true.
never because first of all, the technology didn't even exist at the point. When you
Hmm.
got the fucking smartphone, when you got the smartphone, because remember before then, when cats was talking to females internationally, a lot of they were doing it online,
Hmm.
online websites and shit like that. When you got the smartphone, and then you got the apps that can
Social media. Hmm.
communicate with motherfuckers in different countries. It wasn't just about seeing the
Instantly.
Snoop. Yeah, it wasn't about just seeing the Snoop video and beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Because that
Mm.
still was kind of
Yeah.
it's niggas saw it, but niggas like, how do I
Rob
get
went
to
back.
it? Like, how do
Hmm.
I get to it? Now the
Hmm.
technology in your hand is like, I can get on WhatsApp. I talk to females on the continent. You know what I'm saying? I can get on WhatsApp. Boom, talk to a sister in fucking Uganda or fucking Gambia or fucking Tanzania. When you can just completely bypass motherfuckers,
Y'all
which is what
realize
the
Rael
technology.
pronounced it the right way, right? He didn't say Tanzania. He said Tanzania. Okay, I hear
when
you. Go
you
ahead.
when you can bypass all the bullshit. Because remember, much of our teaching and the shit that we've been getting, especially from Generation Z perspective, on that pro-black back to Africa shit, was all about connecting with the diaspora, connecting with the continent. Now you got the technology where you could talk to a motherfucker who speaks English, so you don't have the language barrier, and you could just have that conversation. And they have the culture that you need if you want a family. You're talking about a whole different paradigm. These dudes have the opportunity and the ability, because again, especially even when you're talking about flights to different countries, it's not as expensive as it used to be 15 years ago to go to places like Brazil and Africa and stuff like that. So a cat could be like, you got online groups where dudes is like, yo, this is the spot that you want to go to. And then when you get to Colombia, then you want to hit this spot. Then you want to hit this spot. Don't go over there. That shit dangerous over there. You got, I mean, shout out to Charles Tyler. He one of the main ones who started that. And then you got all these different groups of dudes who literally building up this nomadic type of fucking lifestyle where you can actually afford it. Cats is moving to different countries. They're trading on stock platforms. They're like, man, I could make money through the United States, but I can live over here. It's cheaper over here. Man, you're talking about a whole different paradigm. Man, these women, I said it to my former business partner years ago. I said, man, black women haven't caught up with the technology yet. The technology is gone, already surpassed them. It's over. It's
You know
oh,
what, bro?
the only thing. Hold on. Let me just say this. Let me just finish saying this.
Right after
The
you, we
only
got to get Snake Man, and he been trying
hold
to
on.
talk.
The reason. Hold on. Let me say this. Somebody need to mute up. Somebody needs to mute up. The only reason why we're having a black community conversation is because there's just enough black men who still want black community. That's it. That's the only thing that's keeping this conversation going. If enough men, and I don't mean population wise as far as like 60, 70%, if enough productive black men walk away from black America, it's done. It's over.
I'm gonna say something to that real quick, then I'm gonna give it to Snake Man. Black women in America are like Madden. You're like, what do you mean, Officer Faulkner? When there's no competition for the longest time, why get better? Wait till the competition starts making another football game. Either you're gonna do two things. Either you're gonna think, yeah, they fuck them, there ain't no competition, or you're gonna act the fuck right. You seen what's happening. Them white and Hispanic and Asian chicks ain't fucking around. Even dudes who were like little kids when I was in middle school, guess what? It's my former teacher's wife. He went to Korea to teach English, and guess what his wife is? Korean. They have a little girl together. That's another successful, educated black man that's gone. You can only get for so much at any
Shout out to
time.
We Ain't Signing. Y'all let him go.
So many educated black men are gone. It's not like you can, y'all don't support it, so it's not like you producing more. I love it when I had one chick. Please, Z, just make a fucked up Facebook account so you can read this shit.
Why you want you
This
know
chick,
me, Charles. You know I'm gonna go all in they shadows and be reading they shit and watching they shit.
this chick said, "Well, what about the women who don't want to get married?" I said, "Show me a woman that don't want to get married, and I'm gonna show you a lying motherfucker." But go ahead, Snake Man.
Okay. Two things I actually want to say. First of all, if we have an order, it would be order 223 because of BB, black women. And secondly, I do not know. Sometimes I don't understand it because I'm a man. I don't understand the women's logic. Because do you know how it looks for outside men if you dance on or if you insult a man or dance on a dead man who was respected grave? Because you must understand, from America or from the West, if you go outside, the man become more patriarchal. So the men do not like that bullshit. So I do not know very often what black women think of. Oh, we dance in our dead grave man, but at the same time we are the most respected in the world. How does that work?
Well, Snake Man, this is the thing. And me, Rod, Charles, there's so many of us that kind of speak to this. BTS, Nameless. The average Black American woman is woefully ignorant to world events. They're woefully ignorant to how men outside the Black community think, definitely how men outside of America think. They don't know. They think they know. Look how they were overly romanticizing the men of the Ukraine when they were putting the women on the trains. They didn't know that those men wanted to be on the train too. They didn't really know what was going on. They just used that as a way to kind of badger black men, right? So like the average Black American woman, she just when I like so if y'all notice how I speak and how
Agent of
I angle
chaos.
well, yes, 100%, but if you notice how I kind of angle my channel, I speak about these things in kind of somewhat of a worldly understanding of how these things are going to work. And that's because, I'm a big documentarian head. I'm big on lectures. I'm big on all of that. So I'm watching different people, Yuval Noah Harari. I'm watching Anand Girgadas. I'm watching so many different, Yanis Varoufakis, which was the old Greek finance minister during the housing recession. I'm watching all these people lecture, right? And I'm even watching some conservative people so I can piss myself off sometimes. But, you know, the average Black woman, she's not watching that, nor does she care to watch that. And that's why they make the comments they make. So tying that to what you're saying, Snake Man, the reason why they're saying the things they say is because they just, when I say they don't know, like, I don't even know how to put that in words. If you ever click their thumbnails, you can sometimes see who they're subscribed to. It's nothing. When
Facts.
I say they're not subscribed to anything, I mean I'm subscribed to BBC. I'm subscribed to Al Jazeera. I was subscribed to RT before it got banned. But RT News.
Wait a minute.
When I say
Hold.
like
They're subscribed to BBC too, but not the same
right, well
one.
that that different type
Pause.
of BBC hysterical. But a different worldview. Okay, you see. Okay, I'm a lefty. Rael's a right wing. But the debate that we have is still, you could still get some shit from it because we know what we're talking about. We're just coming from two different angles. I can't even debate these systems because they don't even know what the fuck they talking about. How do you even have a conversation with someone who got a feeling about something but they don't know anything? And that's what you're seeing more and more. It's their feelings that's propelling the things that's coming out their mouth. So that's why when you see it, Stink Man, as a person who have African roots but you live in Germany, you're like, what the hell are they talking about? I'm telling you, even as an American born and raised in America, I'm saying what the hell they talking about because they just don't know. They don't know about inflation. They don't know about what's going on with automation. They don't know anything. They don't know about the housing, what's going on with housing right now. All they know is, oh my God, the prices of gas is going up. But they don't even understand why. And here's the most important thing. Not only do they not know, they don't care to know why. That's what makes
But
this even worse. Go ahead.
the problem is, if they don't care, like I said, outside man, it looks like the outside man are simps, like ultra simps, ultra
Hmm.
saiyan simps.
Well, they hope that white men are simps, but I'm telling you right now, the average white male plays like he's a simp, but he's not. The average white man understands
Right.
gender dynamics way more than black women give him credit for. That's why they be single moms to these mixed kids when they in their 30s because they think they know white men. They don't know white men the way black men know white men. I've
No,
worked
the,
with
hold
plenty
on,
of white men.
Mrs.
Go ahead,
Z.
go ahead. Go ahead, go
The only difference is
ahead.
that at least with the whites, they actually do believe in self-preservation.
Well,
Black
that
females
part.
don't. That's the difference. That's the
Hey,
difference.
Wait, Rob, you
When
got to
you
go
when
into
you
that.
when
You got
you
to go
when
into that.
you when you talk about aborting black male babies, you are literally calling for your self-destruction. That's literally what you're calling for.
Genocide.
That's
yeah.
that
Facts.
exactly. It's self-imposed genocide. And see,
Facts.
that's the difference. That's why I keep saying this is the first time that black men have a choice what kind of community they really want. Because up until this point, black men have not had a choice. They haven't. Now black men have a choice. And quite frankly,
I,
the this present version of Black America should be the last fucking version of any group that black men want to be a part of because they're subservient in this
Mm,
present version. So black men, it's the
subjugated.
onus. The onus is on black men because black men build culture. Men in general
mm,
build culture.
Yep.
It's the onus is on black men to build the kind of cultural framework they want to see exemplified. Other than that, if they're not going to build it, they can't fucking complain about it. It's just
I
like being in
agree.
a relationship with a motherfucker. You can't complain about the motherfucker if you're gonna stay. You just can't
I
do it.
agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me say this
Hey,
before you go re up. I just want to say this one thing. I'm gonna mute up. I say this all the time. Rael and Charles hear me say this all the time. And AL actually. The general is always fighting the last war. This speaks to what Rael was saying, where they don't understand how much the game done changed. And you want to talk about simp hard, simp harder. Excuse me. By the way, that was a perfect title, Kev. But they don't understand how much the game has changed, so they're begging for simps, and that pool of simps is getting narrower because these men are having real experiences with real women, and they're finding out that simping doesn't pay. And I'll pause right there. Go ahead.
now, what I was
I
saying was,
I
what
agree.
hey, let's
Go
not
ahead,
before I let
Kev.
Reb go. Before I let Reb go, what I was about to say was, first of all, get over me. Thank you for the super chat, and we got to wrap this up. Yeah, I'm about to end it.
Final
So
statements.
yeah, so go ahead and re up, say what you got to say, and then let's go ahead with the final statements.
I agree with, black men finally got the microphone for the first time and they able to control their narrative. But if you take the most productive black males out of the black community and you interracially marry, how y'all feel about what that does to a legacy or the wealth that you're going to pass on? Don't you feel
Not,
that
not a
that wealth
goddamn.
is going to go to those communities?
Let me put it to you this way, right? Where does the money, where does all the child support go when you have both black parents? Does that go to the community?
Go to the
Last,
Wow,
state?
good point,
Say that
Charles.
again.
Good point.
Say that
Good
again.
point.
last time I checked, isn't what a black man make black any damn way?
I agree with that, but when you say, for instance, your life insurance policy, right? Like a Kobe situation, if you pass that on to the Hispanic community, ain't that
Guess
wealth is
what?
going to, and all that hard
It didn't
work,
go. It didn't
ain't
go to
that's
the
going to
Hispanic
be
community.
absorbed by
No, it
the
did not.
Hispanic community?
No, it did not.
Hold on, I'm gonna
It
answer your
didn't.
question very vividly. Did his wife earn that check?
No, she didn't.
So
Shit. Yes, the fuck
She
she
did.
did.
She did. She rode
Yes,
with
the
him
fuck
for
she did.
she rode him. She rode with him since she was
For
17,
doing
16
wife
years old. She
duties?
deserved it.
That's a
yes, if
rider.
his
That's
wife,
a
guess
rider.
what? Look. Hold on, fellas. I gotta take the gauntlet off on this shit.
Oh shit.
I will respect Miss
Go ahead.
Bryant to the utmost because that's a fucking wife. And Kobe did some athlete stupid
Right.
shit and embarrassed his family. And she stayed. So she earned every fucking penny, even putting up with his fucking shit. See, but a sister, she would have left with the sister would have look what Brittany Renner did. She wasn't even smart enough to marry the motherfucker, just a baby, and thought she could do better. And in reality sat forth in the words of fucking Cam Newton, I wouldn't deal with you. I wouldn't, and you know what? That hurt her feelings to the core. You know why? Because she had to realize that, guess what? Bitch, you get older. There's a new model coming every day. Even if you don't date interracial, guess what? Africans in 54 countries. Go to work. Stop letting
54.
The reason
don't
why I say that is because the reason why I say that is because on military bases, you have a lot of interracial marriages, but usually those productive men get absorbed into those ethnic groups or
if
those
the
You know
women
cultures.
why? You know why? Very easy. Because the black community is not a collective. No, normally, it does not
Say
matter
that
if you.
again.
It does not matter. I can tell you, as a tribesman, it does not matter if a man married outside because he always comes back to the collective.
let me put it to you this way, bro. The only reason you feel a certain way is because black women shame us. If we never had to deal with black women shame, who the fuck cares who you marry? Do you really think these women put any type of money into their children? Seriously? Do you think they give a
You
fuck
can tell
if your
that by the
children
black community. No,
right now, right? Yeah, let me open up your eyes. How old are you, bro?
46.
46. So you've seen how miseducated black boys have been for the last 40 years, right? And black women
Every
are
day.
and black women been in charge of this fucking community for 60.
A half a
So,
century. Yeah.
so you telling me, are we worried if who the money goes to? If you It's a damn shame they did studies. If you put a black boy, if he's mixed or if he gets adopted by a white chick, he's going to be on par, if not surpass a white boy educationally. Who the fuck would you trust the money to for the next future of black men? Last time I checked, if you really want to fucking say some shit that really pisses black women off, you bitches weren't even good enough to make a Barack.
Let me give my final statement real quick, Rob, before you go.
Oh
You
man.
know, it's sad to hear what Charles said and know it's 100% right. For those of you that follow Breaking Points, Sagar has a black friend named Marshall Kavoff, I think his last name is, and he was adopted. Marshall is as smart as a whip. He's so politically aware. This is a young man. I think Marshall probably is. I don't even think Marshall's 30. He might be in his early 30s at the earliest, but He's probably like 28, 29, maybe 30. Smart ass black dude, politically aware as fuck, politically astute as hell. And when I found out he was adopted, you know how hard it hit me because I knew it's like when you know, but then the person confirms it for you and like, God damn, I knew he was adopted by a white family. And he was. And you could tell by the way he speaks, you could tell by the way he emotes, you could tell by his neutral tone how he speaks, and it's frightening what Charles just said, right? This is a brother that he's with Sagar. They got their own little excuse me podcast going on. He's slowly making his way up. You never know where he could be in the next 20, 30 years. And you could tell that he was not raised by a black family. And that's frightening. Right?
So in
And
order for the black men to survive, we gotta dilute our bloodline. That's what you're saying?
Who the
I'm
fuck
sa-
said he diluted?
oh, no, it's not about diluting your bloodline because I know where you're going. Let me get this, Charles, because I know where you're going with that. It's not about diluting your bloodline.
The bloodline's already
What
diluted.
what older black
Right?
folks
Which is true.
understood
Which is true.
is the dual play that black people gotta do. And unfortunately, that's the cards you were dealt. The way you hear me speak, this is me naturally. Oh, I'm about to throw this cat off the goddamn counter. I'm sorry, y'all. My girlfriend cat stays jumping on the counter. But but you know, I understand how that game is played. And as black people in America, white supremacy ain't 100% done yet. Your great grandparents and your grandparents understood how the game was played. They didn't try to like browbeat white people because they understand that these people don't got no goddamn conscience for the most part. Ain't no browbeating them. When I see young black people speak, and I'm tying this to what you just said, you don't have to lose your black consciousness. You need to know what system you live in. There's a difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying. That doesn't mean you lose what being black is, the rhythm, the melody, the optimism, the looking towards the future, the building, the understanding that you start behind the eight ball, but it's up to you to still excel. Rael says this all the time. Your moral compass isn't their moral compass, right? You need to understand that. That doesn't mean that you become them. What is happening over the past 4 decades is black people, namely black women, being jealous of white people in their position and then attempting to recreate some type of weird pseudo ghetto fabulous white utopia, right? Which is like kind of white, but not so much. And that's why you get the friction between a lot of black women and black men. Black men went to these schools and got institutionalized. So when they speak, and I'm gonna shut up in a minute, Kev, and drop off. But when we talk about institutionalization, we always talk about black men being institutionalized in prison. We never talk about black women being institutionalized in college. When we talk about really good colleges and universities, what do we call them, everyone? What do we call really
Ivy
PWI?
League.
no, not Ivy League, pristine institutions, right? High institutions. We call it we name it institutions. So when these women go to these institutions, they're institutionalized. They don't think they are because they got a degree behind it. And then they come, this is where you get the miseducation of a Negro, right? They come back into the black community, trying to impose their white worldviews on the black community, and that includes black men. They try to impose Miss Ann's worldview on their black brothers and their future black husbands, and it don't work because you ain't her and you will never be her. I've said this on the breakdown. Now I'm gonna really shut up. I said this on the breakdown. Are you ready for black men to go around the planet raping, pillaging, murdering, conquering to give you the accoutrement that the top 20% of white women experience? If you not, then shut the hell up. If you don't want that blood on your hands, then shut the hell up. Tying that to the subject matter of simp harder, every black man need to talk to black women like I just did. If you don't want me to go out here murdering, conquering, pillaging, graping the planet, then shut the hell up, because what you want from the life you want is white women's life, and not even just white women, upper middle class white women's life. And the only reason they live in that life is because their forefathers did the things I just mentioned. And if you don't want me to do that, which by the way, you will have the blood on your hands also, then shut the hell up and shut up forever. And I'll
Which a
pause
little,
right there. Y'all go ahead and speak.
which a
Let me
little
say,
red by foot. Don't make me have a fucking apple, Joe. Don't make me have a. I already did one. Look, I'm gonna tell you. So a lot of you brothers who get guilted into this race, black women don't look at the same fucking level of loyalty that you do, and that's the
Nope.
problem. Y'all need to stop that
Exactly.
bull. Y'all need to stop that bullshit. If these women were so loyal, how come they call the police knowing how detrimental police interaction can be to black men? How many
Say
of
Exactly.
these
that.
how many women actually fight for their sons to read on grade level? When you worried about the money, guess what? If Kobe didn't die, if his daughter didn't pass with him, that little sister would have been in the WNBA, and she probably would have been the megastar of that shit.
Facts.
It's a fucking legacy she bringing. And guess what? She had skills on the court from a Hall of Famer. Yes, he's a Hall of Famer. From a Hall of Fame dad in the NBA, one of the most legendary top one or two of all time.
Facts.
But
And you telling
Charles,
me,
but
Definitely
Charles, you
top
don't
five.
find that problematic for us to go out and bust our ass for a white woman?
let me put it to you this way.
Brandy had a chance and she screwed it up. I'm just saying.
Let me tell you this, man. Let me tell you this. Okay. What solemn shit did black women hold for us?
Yeah, black women are agents of chaos. I agree.
So in other words, is it black American or black people? Because guess what? You can go to Black Britain, you can go to Africa.
Black Britain is exactly the same as America, literally.
yeah,
Guess what?
yeah.
You could go to Africa. You could go to the Caribbean,
South America.
South
Portugal.
America. No,
Brazil is the
Brazil,
same as America. I'm just saying.
Brazil's the largest black population outside of Africa.
Yeah,
Outside of
you're talking about
Nigeria.
you're talking about Rio, but Bahia
True.
is different.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
you
you
telling
can go
me,
to every European country. There are black
so,
people there.
so you telling me, right? Why do black men constantly go to McDonald's where you're gonna get fucked up food and bad service? But you can go, but you can go to places where you're treated like you're a customer up at Ruth Chris.
Oh, shit. I
Why do
had
you
Roof Chris steak. It's really good, y'all.
why do you constantly
I
get this
prefer
$2
Morton's.
steak? There's a difference between a $2 steak and a $30, $40, $50 steak, right?
It is.
And they have medium done. Like my God, you know it's fucked up. Y'all niggas don't know how to be treated. And I'm not even into interracial dating because if I had to marry, it'd be a sister probably from the Caribbean, probably from Africa.
I know Haitians. Charles, they'll be all over you. Dark skull niggas? Yeah.
Look, let me hold on. Let me tell you something, bro. First of all, look, man. When you start talking about, man, on some like spreading your seed type shit, that's biological. That's not racial. That's straight biology. Plain and simple. And the reality of the situation is that when that white man did that shit on the plantation, he employed them motherfuckers to do his will.
Facts.
He used them motherfuckers at his disposal. So
Right, because he held power.
right. So at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. That's your genetics. That's your power. There's nothing more powerful than that creation. That's you. So when you start talking, see the thing is this color schematic that black people like to operate on is not even a color schematic that black people came up with.
Nope, not for the
So
continent.
so you have to get out of that frame of mind in terms of, especially when it comes to wealth, because when you start talking about building wealth, that's a family oriented type thing. That's not a group collective, because there's plenty of black people out here that ain't no wealth building shit. I got sick and tired of hearing black people, especially these black females
There's
who are
black people and then
anti-marriage.
there's niggas.
Hold on. These black people that was out here, especially these females that were talking about, oh, the money is going to his wife, bitch, because she his wife. What the fuck is you talking about? Do you know how the actual laws work? These motherfuckers so stupid that they sitting here complaining that the money that was in his, because he didn't leave it to his mama. It went to his wife, who was loyal. When these motherfuckers was out here talking shit about him, she was out there in motherfuckers' asses like, What you say about him?
Don't forget his mama sold his shit.
I was about to say that too. Yeah, Jersey selling ass.
Right. So what I'm saying is that this is, look, y'all understanding of conquering, especially on a racial level,
Disney shit.
That's some shit you learning from motherfuckers who conquered you.
Obviously they did a good job, right?
Right.
You can't agree to that.
Right. So you have to look at the landscape. You have to look at the environment that's before you, and you got to make a decision. It's in your best interest. Because the reason why you have to make that decision is because the motherfuckers that's in the group that's a part of you that should be.
Hello?
They ain't feeling you, bro.
Oh, you went out. You went out for like 5 seconds. You got to repeat that. You went out
for a second.
You went out for like 5 seconds.
I said. No, I was saying was that the female that you're supposed to be able to choose from to create this black image that you want to create don't want to reproduce you. Let me tell you something. I have talked to probably about 4 or 5 different sisters on the continent. And I've asked them, the question, how many babies you willing to give me? I've got five sisters who said, because I jokingly said, they were like, well, how many
you want, Big Daddy?
And I said,
I'm joking.
10. I said 10.
10? No, Ron, you wildin'.
Now,
you wildin'. You wildin'.
Hold on. Here's the thing now. Hold on. Here's the thing now. Here's the thing. When you say that jokingly, and then a person comes back and say, sure, no problem.
Wow. Yeah. You're right.
You dealing with a different type of
person.
You got one in where you at saying abort the male black babies. You got a one that has culture, even though colonization hit the continent. But the one thing about the continent is very tenacious. And a lot of that, even with Christianity and Islam and all that type of stuff, a lot of the social fabric in terms of family is still there. A lot of it. And when somebody says they want to give you 10, I even had one chick say, like, if you can maintain it, I'll give you 20. That's somebody.
Don't do that.
That's somebody. That's somebody.
Snake Manson, don't do it. Keep going, Rob. I'm fucking with you. Go ahead.
Must be from the Middle East.
No, Africa, you idiot.
All right.
Rob, you breaking up. I don't know what's going on. The gynocracy is getting you. What Art said, gynocracy.
The gynocracy is strong with this motherfucker right now. See, you got to understand something.
Rod's probably talking. We can't even hear you right now.
A lot of this loyalty that people have. First person you need to be loyal to is your goddamn self. Think about this.
That's true.
Well, if your kids were mixed, what community would they 9 times out of 10 be accepted in? Are they going to be accepted in the
black community? Black community.
Black community first. But they play defense too, though.
So, in other words, the only reason why a lot of mixed people feel funny is because, especially if she's a female, She's gonna be hated on like a motherfucker because she doesn't have to go to the store to get her hair the way the chicks got to get sewn in. See, we talk a good game in this community, but we got so much hatred for ourselves, and you wonder why we in the boat we in. And I tell you this really from a very long standpoint. There's a reason why they came out with Save Yourself, Black Man, because you've been saving everybody else. What happens when Superman needs time to save himself? Who's coming to Superman's rescue?
Lois Lane.
You
Psych.
please. And then you better be able to fight your way out of it. See, these bitches expect you to fight and conquer white supremacy against the #1 military in history and somehow come up on top. And then, maybe even then, we might respect you.
Allegedly.
All right.
We might respect you.
Charles, they don't even know
The
that.
U.S. always lose in Asia.
I'm gonna drop after this. I just want to get this out and I'm gonna drop, Kev. What you just said, Charles, and we're gonna tie this to the subject matter, simp harder. You have little babies, I guess his baby mama saying, you know, what happened to black men worshiping black women in the 80s and 90s? First of all, factually inaccurate. Number one, you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Number two, this speaks to them really not understanding what world they live in. They don't understand history. They don't understand precedent. When we talk about simp harder, we're talking about a group of women that are ahistorical. They don't understand what world they live in. Like I said, the general's always fighting the last war. It's hard because Charles was in the military. He's a retired police officer. Ra got a master's degree. I worked at a law office with a bunch of white people. I worked for 2 different cities in South Florida. I have rubbed elbows with millionaires. I'm not joking. Um, I I have an understanding of how these things work. When I was in college, I'm not a college graduate. My major was political science, right? I have an understanding of these things. Like I said earlier, the average black woman is woefully ignorant. And what I encourage black men to do, I'm with an ADOS woman. If you're going to be with a black woman, she has to know what the hell is going on in the world. And definitely what's happening to black men.
Exactly.
If she shows you that she's ignorant to the plight of black men, to the world events, she don't like news, she don't watch everything. When you click on her YouTube history, it's nothing but makeup tutorials and fabulous
She's a
life of whatever the
liability at
hell.
that point.
You gotta run for your life because she's gonna make your life miserable trying to be an upper middle class white woman. And I'll pause right there. Once again, Kev, thank you for having me up. Thanks for the panel, Ra, Snake Man, um, Charles, and brothers AL and Re-Up. Thank you for being up. This was a great conversation, and it's frightening. We got so much work to do, and these simp ass niggas and these women that promote simp ass niggas are not making it any easier for us. And in the long run, they're gonna lose anyway. So there's that. And I'll just shut up now, and I'll drop off. Thank you for having me up.
Okay,
All right, Mr. Z.
Salute.
All right,
okay.
AL. Would you like to get some in? You probably spoke the least out of everyone. And thanks for coming up, by the way. AL, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Appreciate the invite. Appreciate the channel, man. Appreciate all that you do. I spoke with you and other coaches before. We're all of like mind. We all out here trying to do the right thing and fix this broken ass problem. We ain't gonna stop talking about this shit, or we gonna keep staying on the asses. Cause if these bras don't wake up, we just gonna have to leave behind, gentlemen. Period, point blank. But I digress. Y'all have a great one. Good night.
Word. Thanks for coming up. All right. Re-Up.
Appreciate the intelligent conversation. I finally got out of your chat room. I appreciate you, Kev.
Word, no problem. Appreciate you for coming up. Okay, Snake Man.
Okay, then thank you, Kev, for letting me up. It was a very interesting conversation. The only thing I wanted to say at the end is, at some point, I don't know where and on which channel, we really have a discussion how actually a collective works, or we call it a tribe or something. Because I have the feeling many Black Americans has that weird whitish white supremacist view how the world actually works.
Mm. Yeah, that's sad. Sadly, that is true.
Hey, Snake Man, how fast you been on the Autobahn?
First, normal speed. 130 kilometers. I'm not someone who drives fast.
Mm.
No, because I just wanted to bring up because if I always hear that shit of keeping the race pure, I think to myself, man, do you know how many tribal stories we have about men getting kicked out, going to a foreign country, getting a woman coming back,
Oh.
man. I mean, there's a reason why Africa is the most diverse place on earth. It's not because we're inbreeding.
Okay, you feel like that's a good thing or is that a bad thing?
That's a good thing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So listen up. Thanks you for everybody that tuned in, everyone who participated in the chat, mods. Thank you for all the super chats that I got tonight. Really appreciate it. But black men, yeah, we do have a chance right now in this point in history to fix things as far as we go. But the counterproductivity of simping has a tendency to get in our way a little bit. So here's my suggestion: we collectively stump that shit out. Because here's one thing that those guys don't realize, and I'm not willing to really just throw all of them away because at the end of the day they're still black men, but that mentality is garbage. So just like I said, just let them know and just go on the offensive. Keep us from being on the defensive so much. And it's a crappy thought process at the end of the day, which has been very counterproductive to us. But unfortunately, even though there are a lot of black men that are waking up, that we still that's a problem that we still largely have to deal with. So I don't know about a lot of you guys, and we had some very intelligent people on the panel tonight, and I appreciate them for coming up and speaking their truths and speaking their thoughts and giving us their perspective. But I want to be on the right side of history, and and that right side starts with us black men because we, without realizing it, we really are the backbone of this motherfucker, and we need to take advantage of the power that we have. And I just believe that many of us black men just do not realize that at the end of the day. I mean, and we give up that power in many ways, and a lot of it is because of simping. Yeah, we like pussy. Yeah, we all do. But that doesn't mean you give up your dignity and give up your position for it. So I mean that's pretty much all I have to say about that. And just understand and realize, that you can come from a position of power. It's just that we just got to have the nut sack and the spine to go through with it. Because I mean, we'll be okay. Just just understand that just understand that. So anyway, I am fucking tired. And look, for all of you that tuned in tonight, I go on Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays. If you haven't, make sure you hit that like on the way out. And that's it for now. So listen up. Also, 6,923 subs to go before I hit 10,000. So we're thinking big around here. So anyway, that's it. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you all for chat participants. And if you're watching in the clouds, long live the habitual line steppers and Kev we trust. I'm going to win. When that happens, we win. So peace out till the next time. And be on the lookout for some BMBBH news this week. News without the WS. Peace.